Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. You might have to reposition this because these speakers will give us echo. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Charles Mwangusha Mpagi. I've collaborated with SEATINI on several occasions to do different things, especially things like this. But it's very nice to have all of you in a room like this today. I think a few days ago, it wasn't possible to gather like this because of the new normal. And the video was beautiful, but it was just beginning, and then it asked the question, what next? And it had ended. So I hope that over the next few hours, we'll be able to dig deeper, discuss, and answer the question of what next, largely from the perspective of the lenses of the role of government. We have to keep living. We have to get back to normal. We must continue. So on behalf of SEATINI, I know it's not my job, but someone is going to do it in a better way, is simply to welcome all of you and set the ball rolling for this discussion this morning, the details of which we'll share as we progress. I can recognize many faces in here, but I will not do the introductions now. We'll do that later. I will only take the liberty to introduce and welcome one individual who will speak to us and set the ball rolling. That's a person who's a friend and someone I've known for many years. Thank you for asking me to do this. So, Jen, I'd like to invite you to come and speak to us, bring us up to speed on why we are here, why you gathered us here, and the many engagements you've been involved in over the last 16 months, because SEATINI has been very active. Myself, you've been very active. We've been seeing you interacting. So please come and speak to us. Thank you. Stand here because these give echo.
Hey. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, comrades, and thank you so much for honoring us to come to participate in this meeting. So I welcome you, those who are physically here, and those are also who are online. Our discussion or conversation, because we are going to have a conversation today, is towards the search for a new economic dispensation in Africa. Lessons from COVID-19. It sounds a bit academic, but I hope we are just going to have a normal conversation about our economy and where we are today. As you saw in that very short script, you can see we are having a challenge, that the COVID pandemic. The COVID pandemic has brought on board a number of challenges. The health crisis, it has also brought a debt crisis and also an economic crisis. But today, we're also talking about building back the post-COVID economic recovery. And now globally, people are talking about building back better, building back greener. So how do we do that? Are we going to do the same things? What kind of policies can be able to help us to build back better, build back greener, ensuring that there is equity, reducing inequality, addressing issues of the environment? How do we do that? So we need to rethink as we move forward. What kind of policies, what kind of ideology guide us to be able to build back better, to be able to build back greener? when you look at the current policies and ideology, I don't want to talk about, to say the word neoliberalism. Anyway, why should we talk about neoliberalism? Those are university issues. But I just want to just give a brief on what the policies are we are following today that are informing what the policies we are implementing. So when you look at the toolkit of policies, it assumes that the market, or it provides that the market should be allowed to make major social and political decisions. In fact, even economic decisions, that our fate is in the hands of the market. And we have seen this, the market forces. We have been asking, why isn't government regulating? Government says, that's supply and demand. We are market driven. This is a market-led economy. But we have also seen a sort of a firefighting. You saw government going to the bus park, So there is a question mark there that maybe, or is not lost, that there is a rethink. Another example I can give you regarding the neoliberal toolkit is that the state should voluntarily reduce its role in the economy in development. And we have seen that, when government says private sector led, it's like saying government is following the private sector. Another tenet of the neoliberal agenda is corporations should be given total freedom. And again, we have seen that. They come in, they go where they want, they do what they want, they give the little salaries they want, and they get out after destroying the environment, And the trade union should be done away with, So these are some of the tenets which are supporting the policies we have today. And we are asking ourselves, can such policies allow us to have a greener, better transition after this COVID pandemic? There has been debates. This isn't the first debate around the neoliberalism and the need to rethink the policies. And we have seen a rethink, a pushback globally, globally at national level, Globally, I remember Margaret Thatcher said there is no alternative to neoliberalism. And it's good that Professor Ashtandon has come in. And I remember him saying that there are thousands of alternatives, So we are here to talk about alternatives, alternative ideology, alternative policies that can work better and greener for this country. So this conversation today, we are going to share experiences of this ideology. What do we see on the ground? What do we see? Do we need a change, or should we move the way we are doing? So that's the conversation we are going to have today. And if we need a change, if we need a rethink, what direction should that rethink take? What needs to be done to be able to effect that rethink? So that's what the conversation is about today. And today is not, we are not ending today. So we are just going to tell you where we are, how we are planning to be able to do these conversations so that they are not a one-off and we move on. So with those few words, I want to welcome all of you for being here. I want to welcome our comrades who are online, and I hope we'll be able to have a very vibrant discussion. On a special note, I want to welcome Professor Yash Tandon. You are most welcome, Yash. Very, very welcome. And also Ambassador Nathan Irumba, you are most welcome. Others will be able, because other key people will be also speaking here, they will be able to introduce themselves, but I also like to add on Professor Luanga Lunyigo. He has been my mentor, he was my lecturer at Makerere for a very long time. Thank you so much. Over to you, Charles.
Thank you very much, the Executive Director at SEATINI Uganda, Ms. Jane Nalunga. Can we give her a round of applause for her remarks, introduction? I also wish to take the opportunity once again to welcome you, Professor Yash Tandon. I don't know if you have opportunity whenever you're in the country to travel to Fort Portal and have a chat with Professor Edward Rugumayo. Every time we talk, and it's so nice, very nice to have you. Ambassador Irumba, very nice to have you. Professor Luanga Lunyigo, Professor, I need to correct this. With his permission, I know I have the permission to correct this. Mr. Mwambutsi Ndebesa, because he keeps reminding me that we give him titles that sometimes we shouldn't be giving him. So Mr. Mwambutsi Ndebesa, very nice to have you. I would like also to mention, we have Mr. Vincent Maiga, a member of the board. He's online with us, listening in and following the discussion. We have Dr. Suluku Robert from Makerere University. And I think I mentioned a few others. I'll keep mentioning as we move along. Please tap me and remind me if I miss something. Can I use this opportunity to quickly run through the next issues that will be running, how we'll be running for this morning? You have it on your program, but we have already heard from the Executive Director at SEATINI, Ms. Jane Nalunga. We're going to hear a presentation about the Equator School for Alternative Development Model. That's a presentation that's going to come from Mr. Mwambutsi Ndebesa. And then after that, we'll go into a plenary discussion. A plenary discussion about that paper briefly. And then after that, we'll have a keynote presentation. The keynote presentation, or keynote speech, it's towards a new economic dispensation of Uganda, learning from the past and present experiences. And that will be presented by Professor Samuiri Luanga Lunyigo, who will make that presentation. When he's done, we will create a panel, and that panel will, a panel of experts to provide insights, share experiences on the impact of the neoliberal extra-activist model of development. They provide responses, something called the eco-feminist responses to the alternative development model, and propose key areas for further research and knowledge generation. Like Jen said, it's an interaction, it's a discussion, we're interrogating, we're having a chat, both in this room and online, to try and add a 1 cent to this discussion, and especially on the question that the video asked, what next? Our lives don't end with COVID, they move on, but how do we move to the next level? That panel will have the Honorable Ikojo John Bosco. He's the chairperson of the National Economic Committee in 11th Parliament of Uganda. We'll confirm as soon as he's here with us. I'm looking around the room and he's not here, but in the modern way of doing things, we could have him online if that is necessary. We'll have Mr. Banjwa Adventino, who is a PhD student, Makerere University Institute of Social Research, which many of you call MISA. It will have Mr. Brian Kagoro, Programs Director, Africa Regional Office of the Open Society Foundations, and Ms. Christo Simeon, Executive Director at AfriFem Macroeconomics. Once we're out of the plenary of that panel discussion, we will again go into a plenary discussion. And after that, we'll go to closing remarks. And hopefully by 1 o'clock, we should be able to release each other to go and try to do a few other things. May I now take the opportunity to invite Mr. Mwambusi Ndebesa to come. Mr. Ndebesa, you'll correct me if I have been wrong on certain things, but please come and give us your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. I hope I'm being heard. You have not been wrong on anything, but maybe just to add on. Going to make a presentation here as a participant, but not so much as an external participant. I'm associated with SEATINI, Uganda. I am actually the board chairman of SEATINI Uganda. And so I will be talking somehow in that capacity, from that angle, on this topic that we are going to discuss here. Apparently, if I can also welcome Professor Yash Tandon and say that Yash Tandon is the founder chairman of SEATINI. SEATINI is Southern and Eastern African Trade Information and Negotiations Institute. It's a mouthful. It is not necessarily only based only in Uganda. We are now here under the auspices of SEATINI Uganda. But there is SEATINI is regional, and so he is a founder chairman. Back to the topic. Equator School for Alternative Development, I even added on for as development alternatives. There are those who are talking about also development alternatives. There is alternative to development. That means a development paradigm that is an alternative to the existing dominant paradigms or other paradigms, but there are also those who are saying that we should do away with development. Let's have development alternatives, some other things, some other some other progress of society, which is not necessarily development. So here it is a marketplace of ideas. We could even suggest development alternatives. So I welcome you to this conference. Ideally, when one mentions a school, what conjures up in our mind is a formal institution of teaching and instruction that follows a certain curricula and syllabus. And that institution is normally accredited by an external authority like the National Council for Higher Education or Ministry of Education, etc., etc. And many times the progress exams are set by an external body. However, the Equator School concept here refers to non-formal education. We have got formal education, informal education, and non-formal education. Formal education is that one which I was describing above. Informal education is that education that you acquire without any intention of learning. Like we learn languages as we grow up. I mean, nobody sets out to teach you a mother tongue. You just learn it informally, and very many other things that we acquire along those lines. But there is non-formal education. This is education which is intentional, is planned, but not necessarily fitting in the formal education system that is set up with classes and progressing from P1 to university. That is, the Equator School is about non-formal education, not informal, but not formal at the same time. But being informal, there is no, but being informal, there is no external set, non-formal, sorry, external curricula and no external exams. It will carry out education and training nonetheless. Equator School was conceived by some development thinkers. Professor Ashton will explain more at some time later on. It is supposed to be a platform for aggregating development ideas and concerns about the trajectory public policy is shaped and influenced. There are very many ideas. When we meet in conferences, in seminars, in private offices and whatever, people get concerned about development issues, the way the development trajectory is moving. But you see, these ideas are scattered. So the Equator School has been conceived to be a platform for aggregating these development concerns and see whether they can be shaped in a certain direction to address those concerned, to generate new ideas, to generate new information, that is Equator School, to generate data, etc., with a view to shaping development, public policy, and research. So we are so ambitious that we are thinking of shaping development policy, agendas and whatever, but also shaping research agendas and shaping the overall development debate. So Equator School is a site of rebellion, if you can call it. Not the rebels like Konya and whatever, but it is going to be a site of rebellion against orthodoxy, as Gramsci would put it. There is the orthodox development, but we hope that Equator School will be a site, a platform, a space for fomenting rebellion. This is ideas rebellion. Please don't report me to ISO. It is actually to be a site for information politics, if we want also, because sometimes we believe that information is just there, it is technical, it is not to be contested. But here, when we are talking about information politics, we are talking about contesting information, not from the negative aspect of politics, but the positive sense. A space for contesting existing development ideas and ideologies. That is the Equator School. But why form another organization for development public policy influence? Because we have had organizations, we have NGOs, we have CBOs, we have think tanks, we have consultancies. Why this Equator School now? Aren't those other organizations, plus the academic institutions and research institutions, doing the same? Why form another one again? Equator School, which is in the making, and why we are here, seeks to bring researchers from the academic field and practitioners with experience from the world of work, like the NGOs now, to blend academia, activists, and advocates, to blend academic evidence with practical experience. The practical experience, for example, from the NGOs and other civil society organizations who are in the field at the same time, but working with these ideas, trying to practice these ideas, counterbalance them and things like that. So we need a platform to aggregate these ideas, to blend the evidence from the academia but also evidence with practical experience from the field. And this is hoping to be the platform, the Equator School. There is a realization that there is a development crisis. The current development paradigm of neoliberalism, as Jen Narunga was pointing out, may have led to some extent to high rates of quantitative growth, but with lower rates of qualitative growth. Which has resulted into more and more unequal development. For example, one of the resultants of this development path, it has led to environmental destruction, climate change, etc. It has brought us to a cliff. You know, when you are walking and you are at a cliff, on a cliff, it has led us to a cliff, so to say. And someone has remarked, taking a step backwards at times is the best option to progress. It looks paradoxical, ironical, but that is a fact. Like in the fact of life, if you are walking or running and you reach a cliff, when you take a step backwards, that is progress. Otherwise, you are going to fall in the cliff. So Equator School is provide that platform, that forum, that space for taking a step backward to avoid continuing, and we fall completely in the cliff and even end the world with this environmental destruction and climate change before even Jesus comes back to end it himself. So we need to reflect on the current Western-led, corporate-led, neoliberal informed development path. We need to shift away from the Washington consensus and perhaps have the Kampala consensus. We are so ambitious that it is possible. It's not impossible. It is possible that we can have the Kampala consensus and also shape and influence development policies, public development policies globally. An Equator School is a space to evolve such a consensus. What will be the focus of the Equator School? The overriding aim of the Equator School is influencing and shaping the public policy process. As you are aware, the policy cycle has 5 steps or even more, but let us talk about the normal 5 steps of the policy cycle. You know those, but we can repeat them here. There is agenda setting step or stage, agenda setting. Policy formulation step, decision-making step, policy implementation step, and then we have policy monitoring and evaluation lastly. But most NGOs or other civil society organizations have been involved more in public policy advocacy, and their entry point is at the policy of formulation, stage, public policy formulation stage. Just reacting to the already set agenda. And in most cases, that would be tinkering at the edges. Equator School seeks to enter the development public policy cycle at the level of defining the development problems and shaping agendas. Agenda setting. Currently, globally, the agenda setting is shaped or was shaped or is dominated by the Washington consensus, by the neoliberal paradigm, by the think tanks in the West. And when it comes to the national level, normally agenda setting is influenced by those external organizations which also operate here, but also by the government, the policymakers, that is. We hardly, as civil society, enter and address ourselves to agenda setting. We wait. The agenda is already set. Then when there is public policy formulation, then we come in. But it is more or less too late. We are just reactive. We are reacting to the others, what they have already put in place. We are saying the Equator School should now start at agenda setting. That is at the ideas level, so that the other ones, also policymakers, can also react to our agenda or can also react to our ideas. And we shall be using our own space and invite them in our space. Quite often, when we are trying to counterbalance issues of policy or participate in public policy making at implementation level or at monitoring level or at formulation level, they invite us to their spaces. We go to the policymakers' spaces. And you know, when somebody invites you in his space or her space, you know that you have got limitations. So can we make initiatives and also invite them in our spaces in this school? Shaping narratives of development policies, influencing development policy thinking and trends or paradigms, as opposed to just reacting to them at the level of policy formulation and evaluation. Equator School will also pursue value-led knowledge. Value-led knowledge. There is sometimes in academia, Professor Suruku is here, there is in academia areas where we pretend that we are producing knowledge that is objective, that is independent, that is value-free. Is that what we say, Professor? But I don't think that is true. Even in those developed countries, institutions of higher learning, consultancies, research institutes, knowledge is not value-free. Knowledge has a direction. It is ideological. There are those who claim knowledge is not ideological. Knowledge is also ideological, even if you don't state that your knowledge is ideological. Now, the Equator School will pursue knowledge here, which is value-led. And tentatively, I could say, we are informed by the social justice value. I don't want to begin from the outset calling it a certain ideological persuasion, but social justice, I think, is acceptable there. We hope even to shape terminologies of public policy making and design. These terminologies sometimes actually capture people. And sometimes these terminologies are appropriated. Inclusive development. I don't know what and what. So we also seek to come up with our own terminologies that may shape public policy making processes. We need to interrogate the development assumptions. There are very many assumptions, this, that, and that. We have in the Equator School, we shall be, we hope, to interrogate the development assumptions. Normally, NGOs counterbalance these narratives. At Equator School, we seek to interrogate some of these old ideas, but as well as generate new development ideas to counter the dominant ideas that inform and shape development processes. Education and training component. Yes, Equator School, we also conduct education and training. Besides the research, because it is supposed to do research, and then after research, we engage in discussions of these development policies. We invite different actors, policy makers, policy influencers, researchers, but also conduct education and training. And the target group, we can always expand it, but we have in mind, for example, undergraduates, and the young people who are involved in NGO work and other activism. Another group are the civil society organizations members. We can conduct training and education for them, even state officials who may need skills and training. I can give you an example, like the Ministry of Trade or indeed other ministries, they need negotiators. These days, under globalization, we are negotiating with different kinds of people in international fora, but even at the local level. And for example, SEATINI has got one of our resource person, Ambassador Nassan Rumba, who has been at it in terms of negotiations. And you know, SEATINI has got that negotiations institute. So we could conduct training for our negotiators, even from the ministries. But we could also train people in different skills, education, knowledge of different people, not necessarily those from the states. Education and training will touch on all the levels of policy making, policy processes, whether at agenda setting, whether at policy formulation level, whether at policy implementation level, whether at monitoring and evaluation. And you can imagine it can take a whole month when you are handling all these components of the policy cycle. Agenda setting can take a week. Just getting knowledge and skills of agenda setting and influence and shaping. Then policy formulation, then implementation. Then monitoring and evaluation can even take 3 months of training and education. Those are some of the things we hope to do at Equator School. I'm saying some of them, I have not mentioned all of them. How can you participate? You who have been invited here and others who are not here, or others who are participating virtually. Since this Equator School will be a kind of an organization, institution somewhere, a forum, what if you are not a member? How do you participate? There are very many ways in which one can participate. All of us, as we are here, as we are participating in this conversation, we shall be invited to have conversations, to have discussions, we shall have symposia, conferences, etc., etc. That is one way we can participate. But you can also be part of the faculty. We're using the American language now. Part of the teaching staff, training staff, if you want, as an external facilitator. If we identify your skills, your knowledge, your abilities, you come and carry out the training, or even if it is a conversation like we are having today. You can also opt to be an associate researcher. I'm going to tell you Equator institutional arrangement, and you will get what I mean. Like SEATINI, we already now have SEATINI Uganda, now the NGO. We already have that slot for an associate researcher. You are not a full-time employee of the organization, but you can come up with a research project. If it is agreeable to SEATINI, then it can be marketed for fundraising purposes and whatever. When it is ongoing, you are part and parcel of that process. Of course, for the duration that it is ongoing, you will be part and parcel of almost day-to-day activities of SEATINI. But as soon as it is over, if you have not brought a new one, of course, you do go away. There are certain things that you would be getting a stipend. Yes, Mr. Moderator, I'm actually finishing. What is the relationship between Equator School and SEATINI? Because we are talking about Equator School, but here we are here under the auspices of SEATINI. I wanted to explain that as I conclude, Mr. Moderator. SEATINI currently is incubating the Equator School. Equator School is just beginning, and if it was not incubated, it possibly may not take off, especially under this COVID-19 era. funding, institutional setup, and whatever. So the Equator School will start under SEATINI, incubated under SEATINI. But when time comes, we hope it is going to be independent or autonomous of SEATINI. Of course, it will have a lot to do with SEATINI mentorship and all that, but it can stand alone in terms of institutional setup, organization. So that is the Equator School. Once again, I want to say the Equator School is not a school where people are going to come for certificates, degrees, and diplomas as such, although you can get a certificate of attendance or whatever, but it is not that kind of school with a syllabus and the curricula, and it has to follow a certain external evaluation as such. But it is going to have those two functions: generating information, generating ideas. In other words, a school of thought. We hope to have maybe kind of a school of thought, but at the same time, it will cut out some training for some people to shape issues. So those are some of the ideas about the Equator School that we are sharing with you. And today we are going to do more of listening to you so that we improve on this one. And sooner than later, before this year ends, actually, maybe in a 2 months' time or 3, we are going to launch the Equator School so that we begin the research, generating information, sharing ideas, and we see whether we could have something akin to the Kampala consensus. I thank you very much.
Can we give Mr. Ndebesa another round of applause? Need I remind us that as we move with COVID-19, the responsibility to take care of ourselves is largely individual. We must protect each other. One case was reported in New Zealand, I think, no, Australia this morning, I think. And they put the country, I think the city, under lockdown again. Jacinda, the president, has put the country under lockdown again and is not allowing any people to come in from outside because it says we get one incident within the country, crush it and keep it there, but the economy continues to function somehow. We follow a different model. The numbers from the Ministry of Health are very positive at the moment. We look like we're about to get out of there. And I hope the chaos we saw in the people lining up for vaccination eases as we move along, but maybe some of those are the other things that will be discussed in different fora. Thank you very much, Mr. Ndebesa, for introducing to us the Equator School for Alternative Development model, which is not a school, not a physical school, like you said, but a school for ideas generation. Allow me at this moment to invite to speak to us the keynote speech towards a new economic dispensation of Uganda, learning from past and present experiences, which will be presented to us by Professor Samwiri Luanga-Lunyigo. Professor, you've been given about 30 minutes. I hope we'll use, 30 minutes. I hope we'll be able to work within those 30 minutes so that we can save some time. But we will be looking forward to listening to you sharing with us. Professor Luanga-Lunyigo doesn't need a lot of introduction because his works speak for themselves. I will not belabor to go into detail of introducing who he is, but I request that you say a little bit more about yourself as you speak to us. But many people, I believe, especially in spaces like this, have interacted, if not with you directly, like Jen was lucky too, as a teacher and someone you've worked with after, they've interacted with what you have produced, the knowledge you have contributed to this country and to the academia in this world. Thank you very much. Join me to receive him.
Thank you, Mr. Mpaji. Thank you, SEATINI, for inviting me to this conversation. I've been asked to introduce myself a bit more. I'm a peasant, reared in Busiro County in Uganda. And I'm very partial when it comes to development, because I feel that the most important thing in development is to create a stake for everybody, an economic stake for everybody in the country. And unless we do that, we endeavor to do that, development will elude most people. And in order to do that, I'm happy that SEATINI is thinking about alternative ways of development. This alternative school, the Equator School, I hope will provide the alternatives we need and the new thinking we need about development. Over the last 40 years, our development has been led from elsewhere. We don't make our own policies, and what we need is defined elsewhere. And unless we get out of that, I don't think we shall ever develop. The late President Obote, in the early 80s, Obote too, was so frustrated with neoliberalism and its dictates. He pleaded that he had done everything they had required of him, but he was not getting anywhere. And if he had survived a little more, a little longer, I'm sure he would have abandoned neoliberalism. I don't know with what consequences. Now, one of the definitions of neoliberalism, I think the main one, it rests on free market, free trade, strong private property rights, and the withdrawal of the state from the economy. In the public sectors, where you do not really have markets, land, education, health, water, sanitation, natural resources, the environment, the state should create the market in all these areas. Now, we have labored under the Washington Consensus regime for the last 40 years or so. But we have seen very little development. What we have seen these last 40 years is the accumulation of unsustainable debt, both in Uganda and elsewhere. Now, we are not masters of our own policy making. We don't make our own policies. And there's some kind of blackmail. They tell us, if you don't follow this, we shall not give you aid. We shall not lend money to you. And we have gone along with this. And then, of course, we are told that if you are not making headway, then it is not the policies that they foist on us that are wrong. It is you who are not implementing these policies properly. And of course, since we don't have much leeway, we just follow what they put on the table. Somebody, I think it was in the BESAP, talked about development as a rebellion. And I think this is the time. And I think the alternative Equator School, I think, is going to rebel and put something else on the table. This will take a lot of work, and you who have embarked on this should be brave, because all the habits do not die easily. The state should come back in. The state should not abdicate its role in the economy. We have lost a lot because of these policies foisted on us in Uganda. We destroyed the cooperatives. The cooperatives were playing a big role in the development of this country. And the good thing about cooperatives is that they are led by the people. This is development from the ground. It is from the ground up. And these cooperatives they had ideas about development, which led us to having our own banks. For instance, the Uganda Cooperative Bank. Today, in Uganda, we don't have our own banks. All the banks are foreign. We have destroyed our banks. And who are these banks catering for? They are catering for capitalists, most of them foreign. Now, let me ask this new school which is coming up to think small, abandon the big ideas, think small. For instance, today, there is an obsession with middle income. It has become some sort of obsession. we want to get there. But then we forget that we should move at our own pace. Now, if you look at development, and those who are of my age, like Professor Tandon, Nathan, and others, we remember, maybe not Professor Tandon, but most of us went to our primary school barefoot. So many years later, many children out there in the countryside go to school barefoot, still go to school barefoot. The nutrition of our children has gotten worse. The schools out there, some of the classrooms they are found on anthills, big anthills. And yet we look at GDP, we look at all these figures and say Uganda is developing. The figures are nonsense in some parts of our country. And we say, oh, Uganda is great. Uganda is developing. So I think the first thing the school should do is to define development. We talk about development without defining it, but I think it is important to put our minds together and define development in our own terms. Let nobody impose these terms on us. What does development mean to us? I think that should be the challenge of this school you are setting up. Now, you have heard of state capture. This is mainly associated with South Africa, that during the Zuma years, the state was captured by a few capitalists. But I think the state in Uganda should avoid this capture. The way to do it is to find our own alternative to development, to have our own conversations about development. Because unless we do that, we are not going to move very far. Uganda has an economy which does not belong to the majority of Ugandans. Because there is a way statistics works. You look at development in terms of GDP growth, but you don't look at the welfare of the people. How are they faring? And of course, people is the stock in trade of politicians. They always talk about our people taking services near the people and so on. But they talk about the people without knowing how they live. And I think this one should change. When I was growing up, it was the main cash crops were coffee and cotton and tobacco. But today, if you ask me what the main cash crop is, it is politics. That's the one which is generating so much cash for people. All these things should really change. The leaders, our leaders, should be noted for sacrifice. They should be noted for knowing how those who are not privileged live. And one of the things which hurts me is that those who tell us, who define poverty, who define progress and development, they have never lived in poverty themselves. They have never missed a meal in their lives. And they are our experts on poverty. Now, what Africa needs and what Uganda needs is self-confidence. Can we define our interests? Can we reject those ideas which are not palatable to us? This blackmail about aid and about donations and so on should really stop, because Africa has the resources, material and human, to drive our own agendas. Today, a lot of people from outside Uganda find opportunities, economic opportunities here. Uganda has recently been described as the small Congo. Our minerals, Uganda has a lot of minerals in big quantities. And we are letting foreigners to come in and take whatever they want. We open up very widely. Hey, there is this in Karamoja, there is this in Toro, there is this in Kigeza, and so on. So please come and take them. And they have obliged. That's why they talk about all the opportunities we have here. If you find the Chinese in Karamoja taking marble, if you find some of our people taking land, getting into the gold fields and chasing away the small miners, they want development. But whose development is this? We have roads today in Uganda where you are not allowed to walk and where you may not ride a bicycle. And those are our roads, and that's our development. But I think this will not take the ordinary man very far. And in some parts of our country, when a tarmac road is built, the locals dry their cassava on the side of the road because it dries faster. That's the only benefit they get from these roads. So when we talk about development, this development should always take into account the needs of the people. Something has been going on for a long time in Uganda. Government is trying, there are so many institutions which have been set up to tackle this problem of corruption. Well, corruption is everywhere in the world. It's not only here. The problem in Uganda is that there is such little money to steal from that when you steal something, it becomes very obvious that you have stolen. But in the big economies, you can still steal and something remains for the people to use. But here, if we can stop stealing, if Ugandans can stop stealing, then I think we can drive our agendas without begging for money from outside. Indeed, at the moment, the money which goes out of the country, the people take this money away, they have made it, and you know we have a fully liberalized foreign exchange regime. And you can carry out the money you want. There's no limitation, and that's what the Washington consensus demands. So you can take out the money as much as you want if you have it. And I've read somewhere, I forget who the author is, that the payment of taxes is just for the small people. The big people don't pay taxes. They know how to avoid paying taxes. There are safe havens, tax havens out there. And the big ones really take advantage of them. And of course, the lawyers help them, the smart lawyers help them with tax evasion. And so those who have the money can take it out. And then instead of using that money to develop Uganda and our African countries, we have to borrow and we have to beg from other places. In Africa, somebody has worked out that 40% of the money is taken out. And in Asia, it's about 6%. And therefore, you can see the difference between the way we are developing. They are developing by keeping their own money. Into the country. Now, of course, Africa is resilient, very resilient, survived colonialism. And of course, there's a new slave trade, which has come. 64 companies in Uganda are accredited to do this business. Now, why? And this is what the school you are introducing should focus on, one of the things you should focus on. Why is it that foreigners see opportunities here and come here in droves and take our resources, while our young people are going out to become slaves in other climes, especially now in the Middle East? Why is this? This should be a major challenge. We should look at what we are doing very closely, because right now, externalizing labor is the thing. Can't these people do something here? Can't we put together programs to help these young people. Many of them are dying abroad. The Mediterranean Sea has become a graveyard of young Africans. But for how long can this continue? And we are very happy when money comes in from these people. We count it as part of our money. And sometimes it is one of the major sources of our revenues. But in these conversations you'll be holding, I think you should tackle some of these problems. I think COVID-19 has really exposed us and has exposed the kind of iniquities that exist in this world. Look at health. We are overwhelmed, and we're overwhelmed right at the beginning. Now, Africa has the resources to overcome many of these problems. Look at small little Cuba, which for a long time has been ostracized by the big brother, the USA. They have their own vaccine. And they are helping other countries in the Latin American area or with these vaccines. Now, big Africa, 1.43 billion people, with all these resources, we are always looking outside for help. And when, of course, people care about their own people first before they care about others, or some people do, say they are not bringing the vaccines, they are holding the vaccines and so on, right? Now, why don't we have an Africa Research Institute which can do this kind of thing? There are even simpler things that we should do as Africans. For instance, in communication, the Chinese have their program on Africa. They have their own TV. Can't Africa, through the African Union, have an African TV informing us about these things? Can't we have an African radio informing us about what is happening in Africa? We are always waiting for ideas to come from outside. Now, it's unfortunate that Africans cannot be advisors in their own countries. When you talk about advisors, they must come from outside. And they are advising in areas where we here feel the pinch. Now, this feeling of inadequacy, when people have attained the highest levels, Africans have attained the highest levels of education, I cannot understand. A lot of Africans, you talk about the brain drain, a lot of Africans are working outside because we don't see any value in them. South Korea, which in terms of development was behind us in the 50s and early 60s, retained the people they wanted to do work for them and give them the resources and pay them adequately for them to stay in their own in that country and develop it. I think that should happen in Uganda. We should there are a lot of people out there who are doing wonderful things in all areas of human endeavor. We should begin to value the people we have here. Those who are pinched could be retained. But of course, a lot of other things go with this. Like something I don't want to enter into very much, but governance. Governance matters a lot. If we don't get our act together, if we don't get the governance right, then people will always be going out. The good ones will always be going out. And the dregs cannot be expected to develop our country. So these conversations should involve all people. When you get to discussing alternative conversations to development, I think you should cast your net wider. I've been informed that there's one politician here, member of parliament, but we should involve the business people. We should involve farmers, and others, because we do not know it all. We do not know it all. And of course, our education is a certificate regime education. We believe in papers, in certificates. We have stopped to believe in knowledge. What do we know? But what certificates do we have? That's what matters. And I think the certificate regime has let us down, because a lot of people with papers are walking the streets without anything to do. And I think one of the things you people should investigate is how to get this knowledge from out there, certificate or no certificate. I'm not condemning the certificates, but I'm saying that we overvalue the certificates. And I think this is part of our problem. Now, in Uganda, we have two worlds. And we have pockets of development as defined by those who foist policies on us. We have those pockets of development. But most Ugandans are living in the Stone Age. And for the politicians, I don't envy them, because those are the people they represent. And these days, they want those people who want to benefit from their representative. And if I were a member of parliament, I think most of the time, what I do is to hide from them, because you cannot satisfy them. Of course, all countries are interdependent. Those developed countries come here to look for our resources, which we generously give them. And then they dictate policy. I'm sure that if Africans put their act together and defined their priorities, we would not be pushed around the way we are being pushed around at the moment. But when I look around, I become very disappointed. In the past, people were talking seriously about the East African Federation. But now, we cannot access some of the countries within the Federation. For instance, Rwanda is closed. We cannot go there. We cannot trade with them. So, and we are spending a lot of money, a lot of resources on maintaining these structures. But for how long shall we talk about federation without any movement towards it? We have talked a lot also about potential, that Uganda has got a lot of potential, climate, forests, the water, the minerals, the land, and so on. But when are we going to realize this potential? Because it is coming to 60 years since we became independent. But in many of these areas, you see decline. And the decline is obvious. Nutrition, health, education, the environment. And now, I think one of the things that will drive our development, or will deny it to us, is the environment. At the moment, the world is burning. Now, see, you know where the fires are, you know where the floods are. And these are very developed countries and regions. Now, they are bringing some of that development here, the development which destroys the environment. I'm a Musese. I come from the islands, my ancestry. Now, in Musese, you have introduced a monoculture of palm trees and everything else has been destroyed. Lake Naruvale forms a microenvironment of its own and influences quite a huge area. A few years ago, I think 2 years ago, we got a drought in Buheju. But nobody tried to relate the destruction of Sese with the drought in Buheju. And those are kind of things we should be doing in this school. Well, Mr. Mpaji, I'll be obedient. But the first thing I want to repeat is that we should have the self-confidence to have our own conversations about development. And this needs what Mwambusha said, we need to rebel against some of these policies which are foisted on us. Of course, we need the money, but I think we can organize differently to get it. Secondly, if you're talking about development, we should try to create a stake for every person in the country, so that you judge development in terms of the poorest person. What does he have? How does he eat? Where does he go to school, and so on? And of course, as I said, we should stop stealing and let the state come back into the economy so that we can revive some of the things we used to value in the past and which helped us in development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. Can we give him another round of applause? When I do things like this, I always joke and seriously joke and say that once we choose to give an applause, we must give one, or we choose not to give one, because when the applause is scattered showers and like the weatherman reads, it doesn't sound very good. So thank you very much. Can we give that round of applause? For our online audience, I hope we're following. Professor's given a very detailed presentation, and I thank you for that. I took a lot of notes. I picked out a few things. Mr. Ndebesa also gave a very well detailed presentation about the school, to which Professor kept alluding. There are one or two things, Professor, that I'd like to, with your permission, to pick out to help us possibly in the discussion going forward. SEATINI called this a discussion towards the search for a new economic dispensation in Africa, lessons from COVID-19. There are many things we need to ponder on. Mr. Ndebesa said to have the policymakers come to us instead of us going to their spaces, and questioned the power relations of going to someone's space instead of them coming to your space. Professor talks about these policymakers and comments about the politicians. Let me make a declaration. Not long ago, in the midst of COVID, I made an attempt to understand how the politics works. I don't know if I was going to the cash crop or I was thinking that we could have a different conversation. I am not certain, because certainly, like you said, I need the money, yes, but we can get that money. When you steal from little, it's obvious that you have stolen. And I was searching whether we can have a different conversation. And my question was, which maybe the school needs to ponder on, is who are we sending into the politics? Who is making the policy? What are we doing as the elites to get people into those spaces? Are we shunning it? Do we think those who go into it are acting in vain? Do we encourage, are we having those conversations? Because yes, the politician, I don't know if he's in the room, actually, but he's on the program. What kind of policy do we expect out of him? Is it actually the people that are forcing these things on our politicians? Or is it the politicians who have changed the narrative? My reality is, Professor, that when every member of parliament is competing to buy an ambulance, instead of sitting in that house and discussing how ambulances get to where they need to be, you have a fundamental problem. It's a huge problem because they're not buying an ambulance. They're buying a second-hand Japanese vehicle, which they use as a billboard, and there is nothing ambulance inside it. On the outside, it looks like an ambulance. And for that reason, you will never hear a discussion, a serious discussion in our parliament about ambulances. Yesterday, we're celebrating 3 gold medals, 2 gold medals, 1 silver and 1 bronze from Japan. What did we give our winners? $60,000 cars. And we're asking 200 million shillings. 3 of them, that's $180,000. $180,000. For almost 10 years, Teriet High Altitude Training Center is not complete. It doesn't exist. But we want more medals out of that investment. But these guys who took those very shiny, brand new, they're still in their polythene bag coverings. How will they fuel them? For how long? How will they service them? Where are they going to park them? Maybe questions we need to ponder on. I don't want to become part of the discussion here, but I'm part of it. There are people who are going to do that. Let me suggest that we spend a few minutes thinking about the 2 presentations. A few minutes, think about the 2 presentations. We take a tea break, which is in the next room here. I request that we pick our tea and come back with it into the hall so that we constitute a panel, discuss this, and then have a longer plenary session with all of us participating. So for those of you following us online, please kindly stay on. We'll take a very short break. Let's be mindful of the people online. Send your questions, write questions and comments on the 2 papers and on the broader topic that is presented before us so that we can engage each other on what we need to be doing. Professor said we're inviting those investors. We're telling them the resources are here. How are Ugandans trying to access the same resources faring? Who benefits from the tax policy? Parliament is debating it at the moment. How can you create a tax regime that benefits and accommodates everybody? Who benefits from the investment incentives that exist in this country? Who gets the tax holidays? What do you need to qualify? Who do we need? And most importantly, this economy, the COVID economy. A prominent Ugandan died the other day. Fairly young professor. He's a fairly young person. His profile said he went to Japan and got a PhD in hard manual labor. I don't know if it was a mistake or not. But the crisis now, as we've seen in the newspaper today, by Ugandan standards, he's a very rich man. He belongs to the Kwagalana group. But the hospital is holding his body because they can't afford to pay 300 million for his medical bills. Where has COVID left us? How far do we go? Let's take a break, grab a cup of tea, come back into the hall, constitute a panel, and have a discussion. Thank you very much. The tea is in the next room on this side. Just as you get out, to your right is where the tea is. Thank you. Professor talked about self-confidence, to have our own conversation about development. For me, I think that's possibly one of the most critical things we need to think about as we ponder about our development. So may I invite the following people to take up seats on this table here and lead us through a discussion that I'll invite all of us to participate in. So if you're online and you've been following us, please type your question or comment, whatever idea you have that can enrich this conversation, please share it with us. Can I have Dr. Suluku Robert take a seat up here? Can I have Mr. Adventino Banjwa? Adventino Banjwa, could you also take up a seat here? Can I have Susan Nakachwa from Grain International also take up a seat up here in the middle? We have one microphone there, which we'll all use. There's a bottle of sanitizer. Please sanitize it. And as best you can, keep your mask on. That way we might try and be a little safer. The rest of us, both here in the hall and online, constitute the larger other panelists because we all participate in this discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, you listen to the presentations from Mambusi and Devesa on the Equator School for Alternative Development model. It's a non-physical school. You listen to Professor Luangalu Nyigo on present on a new economic dispensation for Uganda, learning from the past and present experiences. We're discussing under the theme, towards the search for a new economic dispensation in Africa, lessons from COVID-19. Let me start with the most basic of questions. And I'll start with Susan. Have we actually learned anything? And if you could tell us what it is that we have learned, if your answer is yes.
Good morning. My name is Susan Nakachwa. I'm so happy to be here. And I would just like to say that I am one of the beneficiaries of the Equator School even before it came into existence, because I am an alumni of SEATINI, Uganda. So, yeah. No, we have not learned anything. And it will be a while before we learn something. But I think it needs a collective effort as well to learn and also look into the questions that Professor has asked and Mr. Mambusia. And I'll give an example to illustrate what I'm talking about. One of the most disturbing things or very interesting debates that happened during this whole COVID era has been the issue around medicine, vaccines, and treatment. First of all, we look at our health sector and ask questions about how a bill can go to close to 300 million, and there's no intervention. How a ministry will tell Ugandans with no shame that they cannot regulate the sector. How We have COVIDX. I think for me, that was a very interesting conversation around intellectual property, which was taking place, and there were no people coming in to protect the good Professor Gwang when all of this was going on. Eventually, Professor Gwang has gone off the radar. We no longer hear from him. He cannot give interviews. He cannot talk to anybody about what is going on with him. But this is something that we should be proud of. We are not proud of it. We are not proud of him. We have broken him. The system has helped to break him, although he was helping the health sector. We also speak about Madagascar. And in this, I ask, where are the decision makers on this continent around issues of health? Madagascar comes out and says that there's a medicine that they can use or we can use, and it is watered down. The importance that has been placed on big pharma or big pharmaceuticals has taken away from what we could use as a continent to treat ourselves, and that is in our food systems. We have increasingly disrespected our food system. We have helped to break it, and we're continuing to help the big industrial sector and big pharmaceuticals decide what we eat and what we treat ourselves with. So no, we have not yet learned. No, we're not going to learn anytime soon, because the decisions for our health sector and all other sectors of our living are not determined here in our continent.
Thank you. Worrying as it is, because Professor said, very soon this country will be celebrating 60 years since we gained independence. And we're above 100 years already since we became a nation. We have more than 400 years since the end of slave trade. Why are we not learning? Mr. Banjua, have we learned anything as a country? Have we learned anything as a people? What does this mean? Can we confidently begin to have our own conversations? What will it take?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Adventino Banjua. I think technology is failing us. I can talk without this. Oh, okay. I was introducing myself. My name is Adventino Banjua. I'm a PhD fellow at MISA, Kerere Institute of Social Research. I'm really glad to be here in this conversation with these very amazing panelists. But especially, I'm really glad to be sitting on the same panel with my teacher here, Dr. Isulku. This is a really very interesting question you're asking. With COVID-19,
Check if it works. Mine, I think, is working fairly okay.
Yeah, I think it's fine. Yeah, I was saying this is a very interesting question. Given the pandemic that has been here, coming to 2 years, what have we learned? Have we learned anything? I think we are learning something. We are learning something, but we seem to be learning the wrong lessons, if I may say, because we have all heard that one of the initiatives coming up from those in power is to reignite this conversation on import substitution. I don't know if you have been following on this, but why am I saying this is a wrong lesson to learn from COVID-19? Because what it means, or what practically they are proposing to do, is to launch new waves of borrowing, new waves of, pushing our debt beyond limits that Professor Lunyigo has been decrying here. I think we are learning, but we are learning wrong lessons. And this is why the Equator School is really important. We are learning anything. What should we learn from a pandemic that has undressed us, as Professor Lunyigo was saying? So yeah, I think we are learning, but mostly learning. Thank you.
So that we can try to see how we manage. Doctor, I need to come to you and broaden this question a little. I gave a fairly long history of where we're coming from as a continent and as a people. Okay. I think it was an American politician in the early 90s, should have been President Bill Clinton, who said, never waste a crisis. Africa as a continent is not just reeling from its first crisis. We are a continent of crises. We didn't learn from slave trade. The other day, the president said, blamed skin-wearing African chiefs who sold Ugandans and Africans into slavery. 500 years later, we have people taking over all our resources. We are still handing them to them on our own. African children, professor called it dying in a graveyard in the Mediterranean Sea. They actually, Professor Moore, we did a story sometime back under the Forum for African Investigative Reporters. Someone followed the trek from sub-Saharan Africa through the Sahara Desert. By the time they arrive in Libya, in Algeria, in Morocco, to try and get onto the sea, many have actually lost their lives along the way. We have a tragedy within this country that we're exporting 61 companies exporting labor to the Middle East. And the horrible videos that we see coming from some of the children who have gone to the Middle East. But what you have in your budget is the billions that came in from what we started calling Cheyo 10, 15 years ago, 20. Now, it's still the money coming from those laborers. Why are we not learning anything? Why not picking lessons? And how do we discuss the role of the state in development in light of what we have gone through under COVID-19 and seeing the actions the state has taken itself? Can I just add one more little bit on that? Adventino has talked about it, and I think Susan also hinted on it. You just don't look at our failure to discuss the vaccine, either from Madagascar or Covidex or the one that was coming from Gulu. The other question is, what Adventino talked about, you're borrowing yourself to death. Where is the money going? Are we learning? Why are we not learning? Where do we look? Who makes policy? So.
Thank you very much. The questions, I think, are mouthful, a lot of it. We will try to look at some of the issues that you raised. My name is Robert Esuruku. I am the head of development studies in Makerere University. Development studies program right now is going a transformation after being declared by the president as a useless subject. And the university management took it up. Let's look at this useless discipline and useless subject and see whether we can make it disappear or it should work to revive itself. So as of now, I am at the center of it, trying to move away from the BA as requested by the university management, introducing more graduate programs, including a taught PhD. And gradually, we would like to move and become an institute. And this Equator School for Alternative Development model that's presented by my colleague Ndebesa probably will be thinking around with in some ways of direction. Amidst is going on what I call development, foreign intervention, exploitation and control around political empires, which is an issue that you have raised, which keep happening. And of course, we also have ideological indoctrination, which development partners, World Bank, IMF, keep imposing on us without us digesting, and we keep taking. And we also have a serious elite control of development agenda. And what we usually call presenting itself in a way of development tokenism. When we look at development tokenism, it is a basic practice of implementation of development agenda so as to avoid criticism. So here people are being treated to appear that everything is fair. But the truth of the matter is, what is fair? What are we talking about? We are about to celebrate 60 years of independence. We are still talking about building primary schools. We are still talking about transforming dispensaries to health centers. We are still talking about building rural roads so that agricultural products will come to the center from peripheries to the center. We are still distributing handholds to the communities. So if we are talking about real development and what issues are, should we still be talking about these really petty issues around development. It is true we have seen reconfiguration of a foreign development agenda around resource exploitation, which Professor Luingo has talked about. This is a big issue. I don't know how many of you have been traveling around the country even when COVID is taking place. I had a small research project funded by the RIF, which is the government of Uganda through Makerere University, to look at cross-border conflicts and also development around COVID period. I was in Karamoja. I went as far as Kabong and Camion County, where the Ik people are. And I also went to the new districts of Karenga, and I traveled the entire northern Uganda up to West Nile to be able to see how the border communities look like vis-a-vis what is happening in these areas. Interesting things happen. While here we are talking about the urban poor, need to empower them, need to support them so that they could be able to have a meal. In Camion County, the Ik people are starving and they are at the periphery. The unfortunate for them is they fall in an area where the Turkana wrestlers pass through, and also where the Toposa from South Sudan pass through their land to go and raid the Dodot and the other tribes in Karamoja. And once these wrestlers are defeated and they have not raided anything, on their way back, they revenge on the Ik, they beat them up, they rape them, and take the little that they have, and they move on. They abandon their own houses, and they live in the forest. So, we are looking at the urban poor, at the periphery things that are worse, and COVID situation is worse in those areas in terms of the reality that it presents itself. There are no voices. Nobody looks at these issues. And as of now, cattle rustling is increasing because of the failure of Karamoja Integrated Development Program, which was ill-conceived and ill-implemented. People do not think that now, of a long period of time, for a real Karamojong to live, there is a gun economy. Gun is very important. Gun is looked at as a protection. Gun is looked at as a power. Gun is looked at as a resource. Gun is looked at as a way of demonstration of masculinity. How dare does the government take away a Karamojong gun? They fight for it, to protect it. It is retaining it or dying. Will a really Karamojong surrender a gun in totality, in actually in the interest of the so-called peace? So these are the realities that we are talking about. And these are the issues that quite a number of it you have outlined, Professor Luingo. You raised quite a number of issues, challenging us to define what the term development in our own terms, issues around free market, and also poverty and its dimensions, etc. But allow me to raise specific issues on the issue around alternative development model. To enable us to talk about alternative development model, we should first start by talking about the models of development that we have so that we clearly understand it and we should be able to see what direction we want to take. But the main questions are, why do we need an alternative development model now? What changes do we want to see in the current development model that we have? What challenges do we anticipate that we might encounter by providing an alternative model? How are we positioned to overcome them so as we're able to confidently talk about alternative development model? But as we presented, especially on the issue of the school for alternative development model, I expected also to concretely go into the really context of how this school evolved in origin and a clear background, but also its vision and mission and objectives so that a real conversation around it could be able to evolve. Of course, you raised a lot of issues, Professor, that could have been discussed by the school, and the school may set up to discuss. These are important issues. Now, this is from our own context, and we are trying to look at the issues so that we address our own development needs. But we are not an island, and it is the question that you raised. COVID-19 crisis itself has given us a lot of thinking and also a lot of learning. The first basic learning that I have had from COVID is whether we are black, white, whatever color we have, crises are real. And it affects all of us from all the continents in the world. And once affected by crisis, people react differently. And we were all able to see that. And crisis help us to re-examine ourselves. And we were able to see ourselves clearly. There is no more hiding. And we're able to see that whether we live in South Africa, in South Sudan, or in America, or in Cuba, once COVID-19 affects us, there are individuals who are prepared to keep out of the crisis. There are individuals who remain as they are. But it is up to us to pick ourselves up. We either walk or either we are totally defeated. The examples are clear. Yes.
Where do we fall as a country? And possibly you could broaden that question to the continent, because we're discussing the role of the state in this neoliberal setting. Professor talked about the where this leaves us. The reality you're talking about is the gap between the haves and the have-nots has grown. There is a leveler somewhere along this discussion. But is Africa, is Uganda, East Africa sleeping through this crisis? Is it possible that government as we know it today may not lead that discussion, which the Equator School is trying to propose, that we need to generate that knowledge from elsewhere. That the crisis where it is now, some people in government think we're doing pretty well, we're done with this. We're not as affected as others. Others think because they are comfortable, they can't relate with the realities of the gun-holding Karamojong you talked about earlier. There's no correlation between the comforts of those who are in a better position and those who do not have anything. So are we actually learning any lessons out of here? Where should we place government in this discussion of guiding the development agenda?
Recently, to my mind, I must say the government has collapsed. We have a structure of the government. This residual heavy government, we do not know what to do with it. We have civil servants who go to offices and they sit there and they do not know what to do because there are no resources. We have over 500 members of a parliament who do not know what to do. Recently, they have traveled all over the country to try to follow up the implementation of COVID-related issues. The scanty reports that has been circulated around that we have all seen on social media does not carry anything new other than a lamentation. Where did our money go? We want audit around this, post-mortem. When we have a government that addresses only post-mortem, other than looking forward, we do not have a government. We have the structure, but the real issues are not there. We should be expecting the policymakers, people who work in health, ahead of us to be able to handle the most pressing issues. But we are here, Ugandans, all depressed, and nobody is receiving even any counseling services in this country. So a depressed leader, depressed society, everyone, including your goats running around, they're all depressed. This is the kind of nation that I think in which we are, a real crisis. So Equator School of Alternative Development, maybe this is your opportunity to guide us. Even in the university where we are, which we expect to lead and guide us, we do not have counseling services going on for lecturers. Nothing is happening. The crisis has caught us all unaware, and here we are. So I think discussions of this nature will be very important to enable people to speak out. Otherwise, most people walking around are all in crisis. That is what I actually see. And you could see this when you get out, you are on the road. You see whether the society that we have is the same as before COVID.
Susan. Susan, this conversation, one of its major objectives is that it provides a platform for stakeholders to understand and appreciate the link between the current development paradigm and existing development challenges. We've had COVID-19 now 17 months. Since March, for Uganda, since March 2020. If you look at, because we're in a global village, you can go back to Wuhan, that would be December 2019. Do we have that appreciation of the link between the current development paradigm and the existing challenges? It's related to the first question I asked about our learnings, and you said we learned nothing, which I think I largely agree with you, because we are living on like this will pass and we'll stay where we are and we're okay. Are we taking advantage to interrogate the current development paradigm in line with the existing challenges?
I think we haven't done that, but this is an opportunity for the Equator School to do that. One of the things that we have to understand and also appreciate is the fact that the problems that we are seeing today are just a continuation of a crisis that has existed on this continent and in this country for very many years. All of the isms that we have, colonialism, neoliberalism, and basically capitalism, all date back to our histories as a country, as a continent. And we haven't taken time to assess and understand what those problems were. So there are additional problems that have led us to this crisis. When we start questioning the problems, the existing model versus the current paradigm, we need to start looking from slavery, from colonialism, from slavery, from neoliberalism, and recognize that we have increasingly been taking responsibility out of the poor who are supposed to be holding the responsibility for development, for health, for nutrition. We took the government out of all these decisions years ago. And once we did that, the responsibility came back to the private sector or to the individual. We need to have national conversations. We need to have national reconciliation processes. We've been hurt, and therefore we are hurting each other. We've been impoverished, and we don't care. We don't even have like the 22 China Guam. I always tell friends who have gone into the diaspora and they come back, and the first thing I always tell them, please be kind to yourself. Uganda is a very difficult country. When you finally decide to come back home, home will break you. And everybody is looking for how to benefit from the next person. But that is because every single structure in these countries, including the continent, have been compromised. So some politicians have flaunted the idea of a national reconciliation process. I think we need to look at that. Equator School, how do we do that? Have a national conversation where we move towards healing, because we need it. We need to, I think this country and many on the continent keep saying agriculture is the backbone of our economies, because we don't even have a direction on what our economies look like or what they will look like in 10 years. But we do have children growing up, and we don't have plans in place to develop them or to even grow them or to nurture them. They're just going through the process. We had the, what are they called? The baby boomers. Now we have, I think, what we'll call the quarantiners. Children who have missed 2 years of school. How are we going to ensure that those children get back into the education system, but also do other things? Children are dropping out of school like it's a problem now. They will never go back to school because some of them have learned how to make money. And they, like, why should I go back to school? When even if I'm holding a certificate, I might never get a job. Our problems are entrenched in the decisions that we have made over years. And we need to go back and start questioning these things from the time we got independence, if we got any to start with. Uganda has been in crisis since 1960. single year of peace. What conversations are we having in that process? The tribalism that we have in this country is painful to listen to. How are we dealing with that problem? And Professor asked a question around the media, and this is something that pains me to talk about, but I will. And that's because it's making decisions for all the content that children are watching on television, including ourselves. In the 1970s, please allow me because it's a bit long, but take this journey with me because it will lead us somewhere. In the 1970s, America ran out of spectrum. Spectrum is the space that media uses to communicate to people. So when they ran out of spectrum, they decided that they would leave the analog way of transmission and move to digital transmission. And when they did that, they started producing, way back in the 1970s, they started producing digital equipment. But the African continent did not need digital equipment. So we're using analog equipment. But to give you an example, an analog TV channel takes about 32 bytes, but it takes one channel. Those 32 bytes, when you transform them into digital, they become 8 digital channels. We're together? For every single analog channel, like say UHF channel 42 or UBC, when it was analog, it was one single channel. In digital transmission, that channel transforms into 8 channels. Are we together now? Okay. So those 8 digital channels all need content. And our TV stations do not have that. So digital migration did not need to happen on the African continent. In fact, ITU didn't require us, the International Telecommunications Union did not require us to migrate. Because number one, we do not have that many TV stations on the continent, even radio stations, to finish our spectrum. To tell you how sad it is, a country like Botswana, which has 2 TV stations, was one of the first countries to migrate to digital. The direct impact of that, say for Uganda, 11% of the population of Uganda consumed television way back in the 2006s, 7s, and 8s. We only had 11% of the population watching television. When we migrated, it means that the consumer bears the burden of transforming the signal from analog to digital. Before, all TV stations bore that burden. So as a TV station, you had to ensure that you bought digital equipment because that is the one that is on market. And then you change that signal around for people to watch analog. Therefore, you didn't need decoders. You could watch TV anywhere that you wanted. When we migrated, that burden turned to the consumer. And when it turned to the consumer, the population of people watching television in Uganda is now about 8 to 9%. I don't know the statistics yet, but it has incredibly fallen. So the consumer in Uganda is not helped at all. The decoders were not regulated on entry. And therefore, there was no single person who was said, okay, this is what you're going to do, and this is how you're going to do it. Everybody came in with their own decoder and did what they had to do. Whereas if there was a decision around local content production, you could have had a decoder that works in banking, it works in languages, it works in teaching, and it works in consuming television. But we have decoders that do different things. Which burden is borne by the consumer? The TV stations now are scot-free. You pay them and then you watch them. They don't have to pay anything. So we have disadvantaged the population to the extent that they cannot even watch television, and televisions need to make money. So because they need to make money, they don't care what kind of content they're putting on air. And then we have a population which is not asking for parental controls. So anything goes. If anybody has been at home in this lockdown, I think you've seen the music videos. UCC defines local content in Uganda as even if you're playing music, you're playing local content. But I think programs need to be much richer than that. And especially because stations like Uganda Broadcasting Corporation are public broadcasters, but they're also they're in the same space, fighting for advertising, like NTV, like WBS or NBS, like any other TV station. The public broadcaster, which is supposed to be funded by the government, is in the theater of fighting for money to survive, and therefore you cannot question them on public content.
Thank you, Susan. That's quite sobering. One question asked most of the time is, we seem to be stuck around that book in the Holy Book called Lamentations. And we do quite well on diagnosis of a problem and what we need to do. The danger with that, Adventino, I'm sending this to you. The danger with that is, with all due respect to the elders. So from Ambassador, Professor Tandon, Professor Lunyigo, Mwamusi Davis and the others, we grow in the same, new generations come, and Africa is stuck around there. We've done studies, Robert was talking about it here. Makere will develop so many courses that attempt to address the question, doesn't get to address it. It passes, the courses change name, and we're still somewhere stuck there.
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
Was that for me? So Adventino, I want to bring this to you. I think we have a fair understanding of what our development challenges are. The question is, why are we stuck as a people, not just as a country? Why are we stuck there? What needs to be done? The PhD you're doing, how does it help to actually create that shift that helps us to move from lamentations, to move from diagnosis, to move from prescription without acting on it? And then I'll open the discussion to the audience. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. I think personally, I have no problem with what you're calling lamentation. I think we, as much as possible, the problem. I think it is okay to keep lamenting. One of the problems with what has been defined here as the neoliberal regime is this blackmail into solutions. We are always, tormented. Provide solutions. Even when we don't understand the problem, we are asked to provide solutions. I think if by lamentations we mean saying that this is wrong, I think we should proceed. And I would say that the Equator School should not shy away from singing this to power, that this is wrong, which is not to say that we should not shift. If we are sure that we understand that this is problematic, that this need to change, then we should go ahead to think solutions if we are sure that we understand the problem. But part of this, what we need to avoid is this blackmail that we should, okay, we know, I'm not saying you're saying this, but that we know enough. So can we move on to solutions? Many NGOs are doing this. I don't think SEATINI is doing this. SEATINI is so much into understanding the problem. This is how I knew SEATINI for a long time ago. And this is why initiatives like the Equator School are coming up. So I think we should really go ahead to define the problem, to sing, to lament if it's not clear enough. But we should not also get stuck. We should move on. I want to say something else as well, from what emerged in the two presentations that we had earlier. Because if I may say, it seems we agree on something here. We seem to agree that the current development paradigm has failed. There is an agreement here. And one would say that even those who are promoting it, I think the World Bank will be the first to say that something is not working. But you know, they are not saying, okay, the whole thing is working. They are saying, yeah, there's a problem here. Maybe you did not implement something well. We need an alternative. And I want to pose this to my teacher, Professor Ndebesa, because in the beginning, he talked about this difference between, you know, alternative development and development alternatives. I think we need to be bold here. If I may use Professor Runyigo's words, we need to be confident in moving ahead here. We should not, you know, mix up this. So development alternatives, alternative development. What are we talking about here? Because the World Bank has been singing alternative development. The IMF will tell you that, you know, we need to change this. But things are not changing. You know, we are today here to say the current development paradigm has died. It's not working for us. So what I would say preliminarily for the Equator School, maybe reinforcing what Professor Lunyigo was saying, is that we need to theorize our realities. We need to think anew, if by that we mean development alternatives, alternatives to development. We need to think anew. Professor Suluku told us he has been on the borderlands. Those realities, Professor Suluku, you are observing. I think the question to us, how should we theorize from these realities? What should development mean to the people in Karamoja? What should development mean to the people on the borders that Dr. Suluku visited? So that's one thing. The second thing that I would want to say is that, yes, we are debating the role of the state in development. And the question is, as the moderator posed it, in this age of the pandemic, what role should the state play in development? And this should be an ongoing conversation, I think. But we should not also forget that there is a debate on the state. So we should not think that the state is fully constituted, unproblematic, that it should not be a no-go zone. I think part of this conversation should also bring in the debate on the state. What is the nature of our state today? I think we agree here that this state is neoliberal, because since the 1980s, it has been neoliberalized alongside the economy. But this has happened in Europe. It has happened in North America. These states are all, okay, neoliberal, liberal. They are neoliberal states. What's the difference between the American state and the Ugandan state or any other state in Africa? I think that difference is in our post-colonial experience, that our state is not simply a neoliberal state. It is also a post-colonial state with all the colonial marks on it. So I think we need to bridge these conversations, not only debating the role of the state in development, but also debating what kind of state we need to bring back in, as Professor Runyigo has advised us. Yes, we need to bring the state back in, but what state? What state are we striving to bring back in? I think these should also define the conversations that are emerging in the Equator School, because these are really important. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Actually, you touched on some of the things I wanted to move to. When and how should the state intervene? How has it intervened from the experience that we have at the moment? And how do we move forward? Do we stay around where we are? And you raise one other very critical issue. There is also debate about whether 60 years since independence is such a big deal. Do we have the luxury of more time? But is the world around us also holding still to wait for us to catch up? Or must we adapt as quickly as we can? How do we do that? Are some of the questions that we need to be thinking about. And the critical question of what kind of state are we talking about? What has it done? What has it done? Susan was talking and I was remembering that once upon a time in this country, we were all running crazy and government was spending a lot of resources to make the country Y2K compliant. You remember that? Some people remember Y2K compliance? There was a national committee, a special task force, so many people running around and trying to prepare the country. And then people who knew about computers were saying there isn't actually anything much that will happen. It's just a change of date. And that's actually what happened. There was secretariat. Nobody has investigated how much money was spent on that. We have a committee now managing COVID. I don't know advising on what, but it's spending money. We're spending a lot of on enforcement. No one, like Susan said, is talking about, you bring Professor Gwang only when you want him for the cameras to say we have given you this. But the damage done to him and his innovation, nobody discusses that in greater detail. And we're still working on our treatment. Maybe it will come sometime. I'm going to open this discussion to the audience. Please, when you're putting questions, feel free. A question for Dr. Lunyigo is okay. For Professor Lunyigo is okay. For Mr. Ndevesa is okay. For the panelists, or a general discussion that you might want at any stage that you might want to come in. Let me say, have some comments from online. Leila Latif says, aren't we ready already? A digitalized economy. But our digital economic policies are being constrained by the BEP's program. I think that's what he says, BEP's program. Nema says, curious if COVID-19 presents an opportunity to restructure the entire educational system with a focus on apprenticeship, skills rather than factory style, certificates-based schooling that send people to do apprenticeship instead of taking them to get certificates in school that they can't apply. Does it provide an opportunity? Maybe there's another question we need to ask. Susan hinted on it. What's happening to these children who were in that school, the quarantine generation? What will happen to them? Are they able to pick up from where they stopped? What has happened to a majority of them? Ladies and gentlemen, if you have a question or comment, please indicate. We'll send the microphone to you. Yes, sir. Can I have someone help me move this microphone together with the sanitizer, please? Just keep it brief, straight to the point, and indicate who you might want to answer it. In the digital age, you should just be ordering the microphone to turn itself on.
Well, that technology isn't here yet. So first and foremost, I'll just be very brief and say thank you very much, colleagues, for this. This is a curtain riser and a turning point. I would like to thank SEATINI and colleagues, all your partners. Let me just go straight to what the Equator School should look at, but some of the aspects are already raised. One of the first aspects, the panelists have raised it too, though Professor Lunyigo said, I didn't want to go into it, and that's governance. That is the elephant in all our discussions. However, good alternatives we come up with when governance is still as it is or as it was, we are not going to have those new development agendas in place. The other aspect, and still is linked with governance, and it's the question we would ask ourselves today, public administration burden. However much governance we bring in all development agendas, when we still have the public administration burden, that's going to be a white elephant. The other aspect that I want to raise, and it is good Prof raised it, I just wanted that this Equator School looks at the social cycle support. This has got a role to play. You find kids hitting each other from nowhere. And that is all with the mind. We are governed the way we are governed. Maybe our leaders have got something wrong with their minds. We, the citizens, have got something with our minds. How can this help with the change of the development? I would like to end with rethinking the unsustainable systems. We need to touch them back to have the human face and allow them to deliver. I will end with this by saying that what I've learned out of COVID, and we need to learn with good governance systems, that COVID provided us a comprehensive forensic audit that we have no duty bearers. We are all hanging. We are all lame because we are crying to each other. And to end with what you have just said, lamentation is part of the menu, which is a nutritious mixed grill that will help us deflate the frustrations that we have as we look for alternatives. So lamentation is a positive and it is part of human DNA. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If you could just share with us your name.
Chimera Henry.
Thank you. I didn't want to benefit that alone. Can I have the lady behind you? The lady behind you. As you speak to this, the role of the state in setting this development agenda, please, I need us to keep going back to that theme. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. My name is Dr. Evelyn Akech, Public Services International. I just want to go back to the presentation in terms of what the Equator School will be looking at. And I really have love the aspect of platform for idea generation. Now, learning from the lessons that we've seen during COVID-19, the government should ask themselves, the people in the rural areas, how are they able to manage without dying, without getting food relief, to sustain their families for almost over 1 year? How are they managing? Because for me, that is where the idea of development generation comes in. The bottom-up approach, not the top-down approach. Because these people survived. They were able to plant their food, they were able to get their money without any aid. So for Equator School, we could look at how does the government provide a space to allow the generation of a development perspective from the bottom, not this thing of being imposed upon. I want to give a very simple example.
Doctor, forgive me, isn't there a catch there? My own observation, I could be wrong, and I'm not an academic to have subjected it to a test, is that actually the government, not just ours, but almost across the continent, are very comfortable in that space. That's why lockdowns can be extended and extended, and you don't see corresponding economic intervention to try and mitigate the effects you're talking about. And yesterday, I chanced on a BBC documentary on Nigeria. They're saying it's one of the richest countries on the continent. The people should be rich, but government is completely absent from their lives, and that's comfortable. So how do you tweak that conversation that the state is actually thinking in what, from the perspective you're talking about how these people survived, and therefore design policy that builds on that, other than saying, okay, people are okay, we can be as extravagant as we can at the top, we can do what we want to do, change our priorities the way we want, because the other people are okay and they're not going to ask anything of us.
Yeah, thank you. I want to go back to borrow the words of the professor. We call it development of rebellion. The government will never give you what you want unless you go for it. And let's appreciate that in African economies, just the same as Latin America, we're dealing with the exclusive economies, which we actually inherited from our colonial masters. Give the money in the hands of the few people, let them be the elite, then the majority of the rest of the people can actually become beggars. However, if we are going to ensure that there's a difference, we, the citizens, must actually rise up. And that's why, for me, I come from the aspect of being involved at the point of idea generation. If you're going to call upon the citizens to actually come up and develop their own ideas and demand from the politicians. One of the panelists asked a question, said that we should actually interrogate the state. Who puts in place the state? The state does not appoint itself. The state is appointed by the citizen. So if the state is actually corrupt, it shows that even with the citizens, we are corrupt. So it begins with us, because I always ask people, who is the government? Who appoints the government? Who gives them the mandate? So if we are going to talk about the bottom up and being part of the agenda setting, we must be willing as a school to actually kind of enable and empower people at the lowest level to take the development in their own hands. A government will never give you money. I'm talking out of experience. I stay in a rural setting. They never even ask where is the COVID relief. They will find alternatives of ensuring they actually have the money even during the lockdown. They would sell their merchandise. The government never gave them the money. So if you can actually think that the development idea is within the people themselves, not a government. There's nowhere in the world where a government, let's go back to US. We'll talk about the free trade agreement with Kenya. It is the farmers themselves who demanded, we need this type of agreement. So as they're going to negotiate, the FTA include this perspective. They go back to the farmers. If they're not happy with it, they can't actually front it on the table. So it comes back to us. Let's actually take the development in our own hands as citizens.
Thank you very much. I had the hand here. Do I have some feedback from online? If it is, please let me know.
Good afternoon. My name is Sam from the ROSA Luxemburg Foundation. And my question is to the initiators of the school. Are we looking at alternative development? This is more ideological. Are we looking at alternative development or alternatives to development? Because these two need different kind of strategies. The former needs, we are talking about just reform. And we are on this big capitalist ship we want to reform. But alternatives to development, because development is taken more as a technical subject, but which needs to build different small boats off this big capitalist ship. And I think if you read Trade is War, you'll find in some of the recommendations, it proposes this. We need more radical reform because the work that has been done so far has also been so NGOized, where we are just reacting and being reformist. And I think what the school needs to do is more radical reform.
Okay.
Because we are generally just creating reforms that are not taking us very far.
Thank you very much. Can I have it go to Ambassador? Then we'll come to you, and then we'll begin answering. So Professor, I'll come to you, Mr. Ndebesa, and my panelists.
Thank you very much. And I would like to thank the presenters. To me, we have to go back on what actually animated us. You know, I go back to the time we are struggling for a new world order, a new world information order. And what our colleagues talked about information, I remember I was in New York when we were talking about the new world information order. It was very clear that the powers that be would not allow you to control information. So that's part of the challenge. So you'll find that when a router writes something from a European viewpoint, it is what our newspapers will quote, even when reporting about ourselves. So to me, the big thing is how do we decolonize the mind? Even our governments are neo-colonial. Now, the question is, how do we make them really serve the national purpose? And then we must have agree on the national purpose. And I think with what COVID has exposed, for me, for foreign policy, whether there are continuities and discontinuities in each African purpose. If you look at how the US and Europe has reacted to technology, it's how do they use it to control the world. It is actually a colonial strategy. You have to go to China. When you look at China, where everybody's saying Huawei is wrong, and they are putting up all obstacles to actual political obstacles to not applying Huawei. It is the idea that there's a social structure in the international system which wants to perpetuate at any time that structure, power structure. And what I look forward at the Equator School is sort of really questioning part of that structure. And one of the things is to decolonize our minds, the minds of our politicians, and of even our academicians. I always make fun of our academics. Very often I hear these quotations, the World Bank says, therefore it must be true. When I read part of this academicians, it's all tied with the World Bank and IMF. But they don't say what I'm saying, that this is what our research shows. So I think that the purpose of this Equator School is actually to question that paradigm. And I try to look things from our perspective. And to me, what the coronavirus, whatever it has done, it has exposed our weakness. The state withdrew a long time ago when you look at the health service. So professor was saying we were with him in Italy, we were not wearing shoes, but at least we were thinking. Because I would travel from Hoima to go to Ntare through all those forests. Now apparently there's a new demographic change in the area. But the critical thing is that I remember our teachers were teaching us to question how to cope with the world that comes. And I think our governments initially, when Professor Andrew here were at Makerere, at least that there was a contestation of ideas. I remember Mboya used to come and say he doesn't believe in the distribution or equitable distribution of poverty. When people talked about equality, they said, no, you must first create the wealth, but he doesn't believe in the equitable distribution of poverty. And even the purpose of government. Now, unfortunately, for much of the purpose of government, one time was somebody from Tanzania said after independence that, oh, somebody has developed a democracy. That's a public opinion. So it began with being equated with how do we develop ourselves, not how do we develop the country. So one thing I think we need to do to decolonize our mindset. I have been in the government for some time. You can have a brilliant idea, good research paper, produced, and you hand it in, and the minister says it's useless. You get a consultant from outside who takes the same paper, just edits a little bit, puts on a little heading, presents the same nonsense. He says, this is now the best paper. So that's why my idea of decolonizing the mind. If you look at our politicians, including the presidents, when they're talking, what do they regard as development, really? So have we agreed an agreed position what our development purpose is, so that the whole nation is agreed on that, not a question of, and unfortunately, government now has been seen as we have actually an exploitative government, not a developmental government. So how do we make it developmental? Thank you.
Ambassador, if I could just stay with you for a minute. The big question, I think, is the how.
Yeah.
China currently has about 8 channels focused outward to the world. it's agreed to run a race, an artificial intelligence race with the United States of America. And every projection says China is winning that war or is about to win that war so far. Russia has a channel that's dedicated to the world, RT. Our own UBC relays it to us. The United States of America has CNN domestic and CNN international.
Yeah.
The government of America has a channel that's been running since the 70s that officially by law is not supposed to be listened to by Americans.
Yeah.
It is for the world. That's why you find Shaka and Straight Talk Africa. Voice of America. Voice of America is designed by law to broadcast to the world, not to Americans. Actually, now they are listening to it because of the digital transformation. They can download it. But you can't look for a channel, whether you are in Washington, D.C., where it's best, in the neighborhood, you'll never find a channel for Voice of America. And if you come to the African continent, the big media outlets, SABC South Africa, in almost everything, it has a bigger budget, yes. It looks like our UBC, which looks like ZBC, looks like KBC, looks like TBC, looks like Zambia Broadcasting, exactly the same, very. And when Professor Guang created a medicine for COVID, we all, almost all of us, because now there is a liberalization. So it's not about us journalists, but also people who are communicating on social media. We refer to it not as a treatment, but as a concoction. So where do we begin from? How do we do it? Is for me, is the bigger question.
I think the big question, do we have a national purpose and would we believe in ourselves? When we went to Makere, the good Professor Tandon is here. That's the kind of debate that we would have. What is good for Uganda? Our own research and from also discussion of those aspects, not only what necessarily has come from one side. Now, what you are really saying, I was in the US for 8 years at New York. Even the Newsweek, for the world, it's different. For the one they have for America, you never find a foreign news. America are obsessed with themselves. They think they rule the world. And that satisfies the ordinary American mind that they are ruling the world. But how can we, that's the question, and I like to attend this Equator School to answer that question. How can we develop our ideas about development? University of Dar es Salaam tried it. I don't know when now they are doing it, whether they are doing it, but when they were, Professor Sanders was there, it was also a makeover of socialists. Because Nyerere actually, look, he translated the Julius Caesar, because we tend to believe that Julius Caesar had only to be read in English. But I think each generation we have to interrogate what is good for us and how and not fall into the trap. Because I say technology is the method of control. And information, that's why the Americans will fight it tooth and nail also, and the British, as if you try to control your own information. The BBC, when it began, it was actually MI5. It's an intelligence way to talk about beyond the lines. And as you said, so this question of Straight Talk Africa, that's like indoctrinating the world. Now, Amin had, of course, he didn't have the other thought. He had an idea of broadcast his own BBC. That's how UBC tried, but of course, they will stifle it. But the critical thing, can we even talk to ourselves?
Thank you.
Because this question of, my academician, that's my problem with you. This question, the World Bank says, therefore it is true. No, but what do you say? What is your findings on the ground so that should guide us? Now, unfortunately, the government, as I say, I've fallen for it. I had a friend of mine, he just passed away recently. He was a UN representative, an African. Now he would go with these assistants who were white. Now the minister would want to reach toward the assistants. It is unfair. They said that's what he would listen to, but they would say, but that's our boss. So that's why I say we have to decolonize our mind. And the big question about the purpose of the other one, which we have discussed really, is the purpose of the state. Unfortunately, the state has become exploitative. And we need to bring it back to serve the people, not to serve the technical know-how.
Thank you.
At independence, we are, I can say that we had a fantastic civil service, incorruptible. In fact, Lincoln Kwan Yu sent, Uganda was ticking, it was one of the fastest growing governments, sent some people here to learn how does Uganda tick. What he learned, he went and implemented. He found we had an incorruptible civil service. We had the UDC, which was actually spearheading in the development. Now for us, he went and implemented what he saw. For us, we ran down what was making us tick. So can we go back to those ideas?
Thank you. I leave the question still hanging, the how do we get back to that? But thank you very much. Let me have the microphone come back to the panel here, but we'll start with oh, yes, sir. My apologies. I need to apologize. I'm eating into time that is not mine. I've already eaten the closing time by 15 minutes. So you'll be kind and keep it brief.
Okay, thank you, Charles. I'll keep this very short, really. I would like to follow from a speaker who said that actually our governments and states reflect who we are. That if we put in place very corrupt state actors and we have a corrupt we put a government, or when we have state actors in place and they get entrenched, it becomes a little very difficult to very wanted to cause that change, because I like the presentation by Mr. Ndebasa about the agenda setting hypothesis that we can change and we can look for the new development paradigm if we maybe change little things like inviting other people into our space. And our space in that regard, he meant, I think, the civil society. But my question is, how big is this space? How safe is this space? I'm sure the space is just beyond the physical town hall like we have here. So how safe is this space? And what would be our role? Since we're talking about COVID-19, I would like to assume that probably we were also not just bystanders, and we made, as civil society, we made recommendations. What recommendations did we therefore make? And how helpful were they in this new normal of the COVID-19? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Can I have the microphone go to Mr. Ndebesa? I'm hoping Professor will have come back. Then we can give it to him and then we'll conclude with the panelists.
Oh, thank you for your responses. I think SEATINI was listening. We have a rapporteur is putting down all those suggestions, and we hope to improve. It is still a project in the making, but I must thank you for your contributions which will enable us to improve. Touching on some of your concerns that you raised, or the issues you raised, I think most of them were just complementaries and supplementing here and there. But I will just generally respond to a few issues that were raised. This school The Equator School is for strategic thinking. And Africa generally, among other reasons why we are lagging behind, is that we don't have strategic thinking. We just assume things just work out like that. Things will work out. Just don't mind, let's move. No. We need strategic thinking. And the Equator School is to make its small contribution. We cannot say that we shall be the solver of all things, but to make our small contribution towards strategy. And the countries which have developed, they have developed because they have invested in strategic thinking. Not a strategic thinking, thinking ahead. And if we don't do that, we shall remain marking time. There was an issue of development alternatives or alternative to development. In this strategic thinking and in this Equator School, nothing will be left out. We shall talk about everything, but guided by our knowledge value system. Not just thinking also and continue to think. We have our knowledge value system that will guide the thinking and the aggregation of these ideas. But nevertheless, I think that is why I put it in my presentation title. We shall talk about alternative, but also development alternatives. Like others have already done. Buenaventura, is it Buenaventura? It's a Spanish word. The Bolivians are doing it. I think the South Africans are even floating around the Ubuntu. That is moralizing development. They are now talking about the moral economy, the moral economy of development, in addition to the political economy. So everything will be in, but of course, guided by our moral philosophy of social justice. Hey, Chiza, what did we call it in Kiswahili? Haki ya jamii. This is the haki ya jamii development paradigm that we are proposing. I want to comment on the state, bringing back the state. I think that is our thinking trend. However, with a very big caution, and I think people have talked about it, I want just to reinforce this one. What is the nature of the state? Which state are we bringing? We need to first look at the history of the state in development. We have had it before, 1950s, 1960s especially, even 1970s. Yeah, where did it take it? Were there state failure, or it is actually the state that failed the people and development? This nature of the state, this patronage state. We have a patronage state, a prebend state, a predatory state, and very many characterizations have been given to the African state. Now, if we bring in back the state in development, and it is still the same state, I don't think we shall go very far. So in our conversations in the Equator School, we shall also have to look at the nature of the state and see which state can develop. Somebody has talked about, I think Ambassador Rumba was commented on the civil service is part of the state, and in some countries they have forgotten about the politicians and concentrated on strengthening the civil service. That is, if you allow it to be autonomous and try to work. So in some countries like South Korea and Singapore, I think they allowed space to the bureaucracy to work. But here we have actually captured the the politicians have captured the bureaucracy. It is under capture. The latest I heard, President Museveni was suggesting he's going to appoint based on the model of DRA. Is it DRA? Descendants of Resistance Army. That is a DRA model. Now that's kings of DRA model and their patronage, and bring in back the state. It will not take us very far. We shall actually go behind. So we have to rethink development in relation to the nature of the state. But I agree that we bring in back the state, but not the current state. The state must be restructured so that we have meritocracy. Meritocracy of the bureaucracy. Without meritocracy of the bureaucracy, even if you give us 100 years, Africa will not develop. And actually the difference between Africa and some Southeast Asian countries is not so much of dictatorship, because South Korea developed under dictatorship. Even Indonesia, even Malaysia, even Singapore, but their dictatorship was benevolent in the sense that they allowed space, the bureaucracy, to act under meritocracy. But this DRA state of ours here, that you just bring in the descendants of
Thank you.
this boy who actually was injecting people with
Water.
Is a son of a DRA. Is a son of a resistance army.
He's a DRA, you mean?
He's a DRA, actually. So, but otherwise, we have taken note of your concerns, of your contributions, and we want more, and we shall invite you more into this space, and we discuss these issues and see how we can move in this, how we can move forward, having strategic thinking. But the nature of the state we are bringing in back, we must do it cautiously.
Thank you very much. You know, they say beware what you copy, because that development model you're talking about of those Asian countries, those benevolent dictatorships, I think have been used on the continent to justify certain things that have, but the interpretation matters, how someone interprets, and the promises differ. Professor, if you could speak back to us on the comments that came from some members of the audience. Then I will ask a question in summary, to all the panelists, and we'll end this session. So I apologize for running over the time, by now about 6 minutes.
I'm sorry I had to go out, so I didn't get all the comments. But I'll start on something the professors who mentioned about Makere. I may be digressing, but I think it's important. You said that development studies have been found unnecessary. That's what you said? Yeah. Now, I think Makere has got to educate whoever made that statement or wants to abolish development studies, because in many universities, development studies, those departments are service departments, so that everyone, whatever discipline you are in, is supposed to, if you want to develop, you have to at least attend these courses in development studies, whether you are doing medicine, whatever you're doing. So I'm very surprised that you are thinking of abolishing development studies. I think that's where I'll stop. Now, so I may have missed some of the comments, but I brought in the idea of the state. Nobody is disputing the importance of the state in development. What you are talking about is the nature of the state. Which one should we have to enhance this development? I think this is the kind of debate, conversation that should preoccupy us for some time to come. the nature of the state. Now, in Uganda, and we have our leaders, we have been disputing these elections. And I think all of them have been disputed. Mwabusia here should know better. So is it the democratic dispensation that will give us the state we need to enhance development? Or is it some other kind of state? Because democracy is not delivering, in my view. Can we have something else that would deliver the state we need for development? Of course, while we have our conversations here, we need to look outside our country. We need to look outside our continent. How did the countries of Southeastern Asia develop? How have they overtaken us in these last 40 years or so? There's something we can learn from the nature of the state there. You see, dictatorship is not bad per se, but you have to account for your time. When you've been dictating for 30, 40 years, what have you delivered? If you deliver, like Lee Kuan Yew did in 30 years, turn around Singapore from third to first world, then your dictatorship is justified. But if you don't deliver, then, because we will not say that dictatorship does not work. It has worked for some places. Provided you deliver, I think the rest doesn't matter. You have to have a benign form of dictatorship, which aims at enhancing the conditions of the people. But if dictatorship does not deliver, then you have to look at something else. There is a sing-song about democracy, the elections, the electoral commissions, and so on. And these are money guzzlers. To have an election, you have to have a lot of money. And many of these are sometimes supported from outside. And at the end of the day, the chorus is, these were fair elections, and there should be no complaint because the observers have observed. And they are always observing towards the end, not at the beginning. So they will come out with fair comments. But the state, and my student here can educate me on this one. And I must tell you that I'm a conservative. And you know, when you're conservative, you must have something to conserve. That's why I'm conservative, because I feel we should look into our past and see what was of value in our past. We do not say that we are revolutionary and therefore everything that happened in the past is useless. What our ancestors developed in the past was useless. We should build from what our ancestors left and not dismiss it. And if we did this, if we did that, then the new parish model has always been there. It is not something new, and we could learn from the past. And when it was there, when it was working, it was cheap. We didn't have to spend much money on it. Such things as the World Food Program, we had the Village Food Program, it was working very well. And other things, the hygiene was taken care of. the administration was taken care of, the security was taken care of, both food security and real security. So let us look into the past and see if we can learn one or two things and debunk the revolutions that are taking place each time we change a leader. I think the state should come back in, but can the state be reformed? Russia, can the state be reformed? And how do you reform it? Which revolution? Struggle. Okay, that's a tall order as far as I'm concerned. But we can suggest to the powers that be, that sir or madam, we need to look at ABCD. And somebody suggested we need a national dialogue. Somebody talked about reconciliation, but I think we need a national dialogue and urgently to discuss all these issues. And my belief is that, we talk a lot of platitudes, patriotism and etc. But you cannot, Uganda is our mother. And can you be taught to love your mother? It comes naturally. And so instead of wasting money over patriotic clubs and so on, we should put it to more useful use. Sorry, I missed some of the discourse while I was out, but if there's anything that you want to ask again, let me listen.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you. I think we move the microphone to the panelists. They make a comment in conclusion, then we close. I did apologize for overrunning the time. Maybe we start with, we start at the extreme end, at Ventino. Professor, he might help answer your question because he raised a similar question in his own submission about the state. Which state? If you could use about 30 seconds each, 1.5 minutes, and we're done.
Thank you, Charles, and thank you, Professor and professors, for these comments. I want to comment on what Ambassador Irumba has been saying, because I think it touches all the questions that relates to how do we organize ourselves politically? Do we need a national conversation on how to reorganize ourselves politically? And Ambassador Irumba is talking about decolonizing the mind. You can also say decolonizing the political, whatever we decolonize. How do we decolonize? This is the question that Ambassador Irumba also left with. I want to say that definitely to decolonize, whether the mind or the political, the state, we need to think of sources for our strength. Where do we draw for strength? And I think part of what Professor Rwangalunyigo is saying is that we need to look into our past. We need to learn from our past. What is of value today that we can draw from our past experience? So for this emerging, I think debates on this should be taken seriously. I would add to what Professor Rwangalunyigo is saying, looking at our past and learning from our past, whatever we can learn. What do we learn from ongoing social movements today? Because I think social movements are raising many questions that scholars members of the school might want to think through, to theorize, to think with. I have in mind, for example, one of the movement, I think since the 1950s, that has been suggesting a reconstitution of the state. Of course, it has been problematized differently, but the movement to organize the state along federalist lines. How do we think of this proposition? Because there are groups that are saying, we think this might work. So what lessons can we draw from movements today, whether to decolonize our minds or rethinking the state? I think that will work. Thank you so much. I'm sorry I have to go. I have a session in the ongoing. Thank you so much. I have really loved it here. I to the school going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you give him a fitting applause and we'll see him off. Susan, pick it up from there and make your closing remark, and then Dr. Sukuru.
Thank you so much for the deliberations and the very interesting comments. This has been a very enlightening discussion. The Equator School is long overdue. I think it is a great space to have conversations like this, and I think it would be great if it's open enough to take in the context that we are in as Ugandans. For example, 68% of Ugandans are oral, meaning that we listen more than we read. And I think we need to take that into consideration in the Equator School to think about the population that is, majority of the population that is not reading any literature off of books or the internet. And how do we incorporate them into the discussion going forward? There was someone who raised a question around ambulances and how they're going to, and how every single MP is buying ambulances and stuff like that. And I wanted to also link that to my point that I raised earlier on the spectrum, because the importance of the spectrum is that it uses radio, it uses television, but the bulk of that space on the spectrum is supposed to host ambulance services. So the communication around ambulance services. And that tells you where our spectrum is not being used properly. And that is why our ambulance services are not coordinated. Let's have a conversation about that. How do we coordinate ambulance services going forward? That discussion needs to happen, because that's also within the communications discussions that we need to have. The topic that I'm very passionate about as well is the existence of the informal sector. And I hate that word with a passion, but it's been used, so I'll use it as well. But within our discussions on development, how do we recognize the role that the informal is? How do we recognize the role that street vendors are playing in promoting our culture, celebrating our food systems, and all of that? But in the development model that we see, these people become criminalized. But let's have a discussion around the informal sector, the street vendors. Who are the people who work in these sectors? Because when we normally get rid of them, we develop with a shopping mall or something along those lines. And then we lose out on those very important people in the sector. So we need to have conversations about that. And I think we need to look inward and we need to look behind, because the solutions to our development as we would like it to be are within our ancestors and how they did their things and how they developed. We cannot get our development outside of our context. It will not be sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sukuru.
Thank you very much, the moderator. Ours is the military state, and we would have loved to have a people-centered state, so that most of the issues that affect us as a people may be addressed. But the question is always that the military state also address people-related issues. Of course, we are beaten sometimes implementing the COVID presidential directives. And we also know that the military is now moving towards occupying civilian state. But the issue around this is, where do they feature clearly in the issue of the National Development Plan? And we know that our National Development Plan was passed before COVID, and it has remained static, and the policymakers are not moving towards addressing some of those issues and bringing in COVID and other related issues. And our budgets, since I started learning and beginning to understand the world, are backward looking, not forward looking. We always want to address issues that have not been sorted. So as such, we always question the legislators that we elect, whether they are the right people to represent us and help us focus as far as development issues in this country is concerned. Is a question that we always ask. We have a National Planning Authority. Of course, there is a lot of consultation when we are coming up with the national development plans. But why do we have national development plans and we shelve them and implement NRM manifestos in this country? What do we make them for? Is a question that we want to ask. Now, in what most people call a new normal, but I always believe that the COVID cannot be normal. With all the issues that it presents, it is dangerous. Where is this in the NRM manifesto that we're implementing, which is our main development agenda, because we usually do not implement the National Development Plan? These are some of the questions that we still keep raising and may still remain necessary for the Equator School to look at. We are talking about COVID, poverty, need to have national dialogue, etc. We are here living around the countries where there's a trouble. South Sudan has started burning again after the fires have cooled down, and we have seen already refugees trying to enter West Nile because of the uprising that has just started. Democratic Republic of Congo is unstable, and the Turkana on the other side raises the issue of security. And we are banking on our army, and that has always been the issue. But how long shall we be looking at some of these issues and actually trading around a conflict and pretending to be having the strongest army and bringing peace to the troubled regions within the Great Lakes region? Are we investing in the right direction? Is that going to be actually our strongest niche as far as our development is concerned around militarism? Because we see military in everywhere, military bringing peace, where we do not even need military. That is where we are moving. So my question to you, the two professors that he presented, not to be answered, but we'll be thinking about is, when does this state move from a militarism to a people-centered state?
Thank you. Thank you. Good thing is that we ask the question of someone else. We don't ask ourselves that question. We ask the question, what we need to do, how do we need to do, when do we get somewhere, our own involvement, we're asking the state. Doctor, I need to apologize on my own behalf, on behalf of everybody else, because I think we have given you different names variously throughout this discussion. We have called you Sukulu, we have called you Suruku, and so many different names. I need to apologize. Suruku, yes. And for your information, we are discussing deploying in Mozambique as we speak today. Pardon? Yes, we have a problem in Mozambique. We trained from there in Montepuez, and we need to offer a hand of assistance there. May I now take the pleasure, once again, apologize for the delay in time, but may I take the pleasure to invite to speak to us Professor Yash Tandon. Many young Ugandans, both in here and following us online, may not know who Professor Yash Tandon is, and many have forgotten talk about the Gang of Four. That is when young academics were invested in and interested in their country and discussed with a lot of passion. When Ambassador invoked the name of Mwalimu Julius Nyerere in reference to what we're going through today and the discussion we've been having and are having elsewhere, I imagined Mwalimu, I imagined the Nkrumahs and others must be turning in their grave, asking what happened to the excitement about independence and where Africa should have been going and where it should be. So when he invoked Lee Kuan Yew, and Professor here also did, we got concerned about that. But Professor has been very active. He's taught at Makerere, taught at Dar es Salaam, University of Dar es Salaam, been involved deeply in the discussion of the South-South cooperation and negotiating, especially on the World Trade Organization, and is founder of SEATINI and has guided it, has been available all the time he's been needed. He's had deep conversations with leaders across the continent and across the globe, including with President Museveni. I remember you talked about that meeting you had with him when you were launching your book at Africana sometime back. And he's contributed significantly to knowledge, but also to active engagement. So just to rub it in a little, that Gang of Four was what you would call today the government of alternatives. Alternatives were actually discussed, and he's, I am told, Professor, you are the de facto leader of the gang. I have been, de facto, de jure, I don't know, but you're the leader of the gang in some way. The other members of that gang, the two who are surviving is Professor here and Professor Edward Rugumayo, who since returned to Fort Portal and has been doing amazing work organizing community. He has the best botanical garden within Fort Portal City now. You need to visit it if you're there. He's been contributing to the leadership at Mountains of the Moon University and people mobilization through Isazi, the Abantu Bakuru Bator, Nelda's Council. The other was the late Professor Danny Wadada Nawudere, may his soul rest in peace, and the late Professor Umonyo Jok. Professor, I'd like to request you to speak to us and also close this discussion. There's a microphone in front of you there. Please sanitize, yes. And then you can, yes, you can come and speak from the podium if you want, or you can speak from there, whatever you're comfortable with. Can we get the microphone sanitized, please? Okay, please.
Well, what a pleasure to be here. It has been an exciting meeting, I must say. I want to thank SEATINI, especially Jane and the Secretariat for organizing this. It was high time that we did this. Well, just I was mentioned, member of the Gang of Four, only two of us are surviving. And I'm the younger of the two. Lugumai is already, I think, about 85, 86 or so. But I'm much younger. I'm only 82 still. So I'm still young. Well, as a joke, first Luanga said that when he was a child, he went barefoot to school. Is that right? Well, he went barefoot, at least he went barefoot. I was born in Kabiramaidu, but I grew up in Karamoja. At the age of 6, I was in Karamoja. And I was running around naked. Because in our tradition, in our culture in Karamoja, you don't need clothes. The place is too hot. And the Karamojong, I must add, has one of the most civilized culture. I won't go into details on that. I've written an article on that. In April, I was very angry when I came here and saw a program on the TV when some people had escaped the prison. And I accidentally opened up NTV and I saw the discussion there. And there were 3 men and 1 woman. And all 4 of them, not from Karamoja, not from North, they described Karamojong as uncivilized. I was so angry with that. The very same night I wrote an article for Monitor saying you are uncivilized. I didn't say you are. I said Karamojong are very civilized. They invented a syringe they put in the cow's neck to draw out blood and to mix that blood with milk and drink. I have drunk that also myself. But the white man did not even know syringe. These people used syringe 2,000 years ago. It's a high culture. I go there very often, and I'm sad to say that the victim finally begins to accept the narrative of the one who victimizes the victim. So I'm sad to say that. So in Karamojong, we have created the Karamojong People's Movement for Social Justice. We elders met together and we created that organization, KPMH SJ. And the head of that is a remarkable woman. And even the assistant is a woman. And I have to say that the women hold the earth, not the men. Inexperienced, we know that. I've seen that in Zimbabwe when I was working in the Zambezi Valley. The men would just simply drink and take the money from the women. The women would work, look after the children, fetch the water, look after the cows. And women hold the world. And we don't recognize that enough. So please don't repeat my words. I would say I'm glad that our new Prime Minister is a woman. We met her on Tuesday last week. We're meeting her again on Friday. Very proactive, very dynamic. I'm very pleased about that. Anyway, this is by way of introduction. So as a young man, I'm addressing you because this conference has been, I think, very, very important. I just want to make 5 points. First, I want to give a bit of background on the origin of SEATINI. Second, I want to look at Uganda from a larger perspective, global perspective. You can't understand Uganda unless you understand the global perspective. 3, we talked about knowledge. I heard a lot about knowledge. So I want to talk about the role of knowledge. But I want to make a distinction between the hard sciences and the soft sciences. I'll come to that later. 4th point I want to make, which we didn't talk about, but I want to introduce this for discussion, is the distinction between primary contradiction and secondary contradiction. Our primary contradiction is with the empire. We talked about tribalism, some of them. I favor tribalism, not ism, sorry. I favor tribal identity. They have a right to be called a Teso, a Karamojong, a Muganda, whatever. And I'm in favor of that. And that's no reason why that should produce contradiction. So I was very, very, very angry, well, disappointed that the last elections were tribalized. No. So I want to talk about that a little bit. And then finally, I'll talk about how do we move from here to there. So 5 points. Well, let me start about the first one, a bit of background to the origin of SEATINI. When I was in Geneva, I was heading the South Center there, which was founded by Mwalimu Nyerere. I was there for 5 years. And as head of that, I was the head of it, so I could travel all over South, countries of the South. I had a diplomatic passport. And I went to China, Cuba. I met is a strong word. I was in a meeting with Castro about 3-4 times. A remarkable fellow, remarkable. I went to China and so on, so on. Now, during that period, I also visited Venezuela. Venezuela at that time was in a revolutionary government who has now come back to power right now, recently. But he's not the same as he was before. And Venezuela is in the tropics. And some of our leaders met together and we discussed about that. And I said, well, we'll call it Equator School. It is the equator. So people in the empire cannot take us over. They don't have an equator. So that's the origin of the word Equator School. We founded that in Venezuela with my comrades. Well, then a bit of history of SEATINI itself. That's the Equator SEATINI itself. The first annual meeting of the World Trade Organization was in Singapore, 1979. No, 1997. And I was part of the Zimbabwe delegation because the Minister of Trade was a very close friend of mine, Nathan Shamuyarira. And I sat there, and the African delegations had prepared their speeches, and they were giving speeches at the Great Hall. What they did not know. And I knew at that time because I was working already with the NGOs. What the African foreign ministers or finance, trade ministers did not know that behind their back there was a dark room where the big 5 members of the WTO, big 5 of the Security Council, and bigger members, Euro-American members, were meeting secretly, and they had invited 3 or 4 big South countries, including India and China, and no, China is a member anyway, India and Brazil and so on. We did not know. African leaders made big speeches, they had prepared. Nobody listened to them. And the fun thing about WTO is, and Ambassador knows that much better than I do, that any decision that is made by the people who meet like that is called green room. It is walls are green in Geneva, are binding on those who are not even there. Can you believe the democratic character of WTO? So they passed some resolutions on energy in Singapore, which was binding on African countries, and we were not even there. That is their understanding of democracy. I can go on. I have a lot of experience on that, and I can talk on months and months. But that was the, so when I came back from Singapore, I had a good NGO. I met Shamir. I said, my friend, I'm going to give up my NGO. We were doing grassroots work at that time. And I said, I think we have a more challenging task ahead of us. And let's create an organization. That's when we created SEATINI, Southern and Eastern African Trade Information Negotiation Institute. I handed over the original documents to Jane only day before yesterday. That's when we were created in 1997. So we are quite old, actually. So that's a background to SEATINI and to the Equator School, okay? That I think many of you perhaps do not know. So I think it's interesting background that you should know. Okay, so let me move on to the second point about looking at Uganda from a larger perspective. You can't understand Uganda from national perspective, even from regional perspective. You have to have a global perspective, and I haven't talked much about that, unfortunately. We talked about challenges that we are facing in the nation, but you can't. You can't. And Nkrumah was so far-sighted. The last word in Marxism was made by first Lenin and then Mao. But Nkrumah added to that further. He said, no, the last stage of capitalism is not what others are saying. It's neo-colonialism. He was the one who invented the word neo-colonialism. Very far-sighted. And he said, and this is worth learning because I think this is a very important point that he was making. He said, first the political kingdom, then the economy. And he may or may not know, but this is what Mao also said. Politics in command. Mao went beyond Marx. Marx was talking about the Bayesian superstructure. There's the base, the economy, superstructure, law, etc., etc., etc. The economy is a long-term thing that determines the future of our economy. But the short-term, the politics, who control the state. We had talked about the state in these discussions. And I think I could summarize what you said. This state doesn't belong to us. Uganda state does not belong to the people. Simple. It's Nkrumah's words, a neo-colonial state. There was a word that Mao introduced in the vocabulary of Marxist literature called comprador. How many of you know the word comprador? Some of you know? Some of you know? Yeah. Yeah. Compradors are simply agents of the empire. We are ruled now more or less in the whole of Africa by compradors, even South Africa. In Zimbabwe, we had a good man, President Mugabe, but towards the end, he got lost. He was very good when I first met him in Tanzania. Now there's not a single country. Oh, there was Nyerere, who was fantastic in Tanzania. I learned a lot from Nyerere. We learned a lot from Nyerere. So we have not sufficiently discussed the global context in this seminar. It's not a critique. It's a point I want to advance for next meeting. Without a global perspective, You can't understand Uganda. Now, the 2 points I want to make in the global perspective that we might want to address in our next meeting. One, the the political economy of the global system is facing a systemic crisis. It's a crisis of capitalism. It's a crisis that feudalism went through in the Middle Ages. Feudalism broke down, gave way to capitalism after about 200-300 years after the Black Death in Europe. That is the phase capitalism going through. It is inevitably marching through socialism, but socialism is still on its first legs. The revolution in Soviet Union in 1917 started the process. Mao picked it up, brought it in China. But there was a difference between Soviet Union and China. Soviet Union was led by the working class, the proletariat. And Mao made an innovation. He said, well, we have a proletariat, we have a working class, but it's very small. Most of our people are peasants in rural areas. So our revolution will be led, would be pushed by the peasantry, but led by vanguard party of the proletariat or the working class. So Mao said that we are still in a socialism in the first phase. And he called it New Democratic Revolution, not socialist. We, in our Gang of Four, we adopted the word also New Democratic Revolution. It's premature for us to talk about socialism. It's a New Democratic Revolution. When we had formed a small guerrilla force in Mount Elgin, about 400 guerrillas, fighters. We discovered after a few months that they were taking food from the peasants forcibly. Now, in Cuba, this didn't happen. When Castro provided a revolution, he could still rely on people who were working underground for 30 years. The Communist Party of underground had gone underground during Batista. And the moment he took to arms, these people come in from the grassroots and supported him. So a revolution. we shut down our guerrilla force. We said no. The problem is consciousness takes time before the material reality. There's materiality out there, but consciousness about that take time. And our people's consciousness was lagging behind the material reality. So we dissolved. We were the first Maoist party to dissolve our party. They didn't do that in Chile. They didn't do that even in Philippines. They haven't done that. We were the first one. No. Then we called grassrooting strategy. So Nabudere went to Mbale, Rugumayo to Teso, Omori to Karamoja. And I had no tribe here, so I was taken by Shamirira to Zimbabwe. The next generation, grassroots. You can begin from the grassroots. Somebody mentioned parish concept just now, I think. Somebody mentioned parish concept. I heard it. We are using the parish concept in the place I'm working in, Prime Minister's Development Unit, parish concept. Only on Tuesday, we had a meeting after the Prime Minister met her, we had a discussion. And our leadership in PMDU, Prime Minister's Development Unit, was talking about the parish concept. And I was very critical. I said, parish concept, by definition, is parish. Parish is the bottom. And yet what we have here is top down. In Uganda, it's not, people don't have it. And the concept came from UK, and even in UK, it is top down. It's not very. We don't have democracy in UK. So I said, we should be conscious of that. And I also said critically, I said, I'm not in favor of empowering people. I'm not in favor of empowering people. Why? Anybody? I'm against empowering people.
They should empower themselves.
There you are. I know you'd say that because you and I have reacted on this before. Self-empowerment. So when we founded the KPMSJ, the movement in Karamoja, they would look at me. You know, I had that reputation. I would not say anything. I said, I'm sorry. Self-empowerment. That's the real democracy. Because then they really fight for their rights from below. I can go on and on because this time is catching on. So let me just pass on to the next point. I took Uganda in larger context. I threw out some concepts here, which are all very loaded and we need to examine them. Role of knowledge. This came up in discussions also. In the hard sciences and mathematics, the conclusions can be tested on the ground. Mathematics is also, it's logical, 1 + 1 is 2. But sciences can be challenged, and there's always a scientific revolution challenging the old. Only those things survive, like Newton's law, which meet the challenges of time. Otherwise, sciences must change. No social science can ever become scientific. Never. Never. Social sciences are subjective, always ideological. And the best specimen of that is history. History books are simply written by the victors. And our history books, which we used to learn, was written by colonizers. And we have to write our own history ourselves, rewrite our history. There were a couple of people who I showed the book by an Indian author who came here in 1950s and wrote, he's the first Marxist to come here, wrote an excellent book on class and state formation in Uganda. Brilliant book. But we need to do that. We still haven't done that. And I have looked at the curriculum of teaching of political science and economics at Makerere. I'm very disappointed. They still teach neoliberal economics. Come on. So you know this point, and I won't elaborate. I'm just emphasizing the point many of you have made. Knowledge, we need to control sources of knowledge, and we not to be its own authors. The fourth point I want to make was the distinction between primary and secondary contradiction. Now, this is a very important point. I can go on and on. And as I was saying before, I have no problem with tribals. They honor Uganda should have honor to call them the Uganda Nation Union. Yes, Uganda Nation, but not nation state. Because I'm for their tribal identity, but not for secession. Because Uganda was created artificial creation, but better live with that for the time being. Otherwise, we will rip ourselves apart, like what's happening in Southern Sudan now. So I won't dwell on that point very much, but I would say that our primary contradiction with the empire, so we should come together. I'll repeat this point later on in my final remarks. In fact, I am coming down to my final remark. from here to there. How do we go from here to there? That's the challenge. Well, it's a very important question. I think Professor Luanga made the point before that Obote tried, is that right? I'm right, quoted rightly? That Obote tried and didn't succeed. He did try. I worked with Obote. I was helping him with writing the Common Man's Charter. And I have a letter in the, I've written a book called Common People's Uganda, and there, at the end there's an appendix where I have a letter from Obote saying, could I help him write up this Common Man's Charter? But he said, don't copy Tanzania because people think we are copying Tanzania, so don't use the word socialism. I said, we won't do that. But Obote tried. And he was honest about that. I know, I used to meet him quite often. And Ndugu Rugunda would know also because he used to be with us also. Anyway, he overestimated himself, left for Singapore meeting, and never returned. Now, we talk about that period I lived through in about this time. And the three leaders who were leading East Africa were Nyerere, Kaunda, and Obote. I don't know how many of you remember that. None of you. So it's very few. You have to be my age. It was called Mulungushi Club. Mulungushi Club. Nyerere was fantastic, as you know. Kaunda was very good. You know, he was a vegetarian. He got his education in India, and he knew Gandhi. And I became very close to him because I'm also a follower of Gandhi. I won't go into this because I can go into anecdotes, but just one anecdote. When he retired, the people offered him a big house to retire. He refused. He went to his village in a small hut and invited me. So my wife Mary and I went to see him. He went to the small kitchen, cooked vegetarian food for us. And we had a great time. He was an amazing fellow and very modest. Obote was good, but there were certain aspects which I won't talk about. And we had some problems. I had some problems with him also in discussions. For example, he still regarded Karamojong as uncivilized. I said, come on, please come to Karamoja, I'll show you. Anyway, I won't dwell on this point. I just want to say the Mulungushi Club was very progressive in our time. We don't have one right now, none. In the whole of Africa, we don't have that. The OAU is simply stamping the global order. There's nobody there. East African community, you know. So we won't dwell on that, but I do want to make this point that we have got to start a conversation. We're talking about conversation and discussion on the heritage left behind 40, 50 years ago by some of our leaders who are not here. Kwame Nkrumah, Lumumba, yeah? Kaunda, Nyerere, Obote. We've forgotten. We should revive that. These are our post-independence leaders, nationalistic. And here I want to make a distinction. I want to raise the question of the national question. Have you heard of that, the national question? Okay. Imperialism versus national question. We have not resolved our national question. We are not a nation yet. Actually, we are not a nation state. We are a nation in formation still. We still have so many contradictions amongst ourselves that we need to resolve. So in my book, Common People's Uganda, which I launched in 2019, I talked about these contradictions. And for my book, I quoted 2 chapters, not quoted, I referred to 2 chapters. One is called Museveni, the Prince of Mustard Seed. And if you look at that book, he was good. He was a student in Dar es Salaam. I was one of the lecturers there. And he was very sharp. And there are some very revolutionary passages there. I fear that he may have forgotten that book. I'm not sure. Because I have another chapter called Museveni, the Prince of Machiavelli. You know Machiavelli? Some of you know? He was an Italian philosopher in the Middle Ages, 15th century, who said, in order for you to rule, rule with fear. I won't dwell on this point. If you want a book on this, Google this, and you might be able to download. If you don't download, let me know. I might be able to get a copy for you. But you know, I'm an optimist. I concluded that chapter by asking a question at the end. Can Museveni of the mustard seed, can Museveni of the Prince of Machiavelli return to the Prince of Mustard Seed? I'll be honest with you, I am optimistic. I met him, we have very good relations. He respects me because of former relationship. And he's the one who brought me to work with the Prime Minister's office. When he gave me I shouldn't say this, but it's a footnote. When he gave me the contract before, there was a clause there which says that I am, it's simply referred to our appointments chapter in the Constitution, which says that I cannot criticize the government. I said, I don't want it. I refused. I wouldn't take it. And then I was approached again to join on my conditions. So I'm the only one in the whole PMDU unit who can criticize government, and I'll do it openly, as I'm doing now. I won't be bound by any law that says that I cannot criticize the government. No. I'd rather be a peasant rather than be forbidden to criticize government. Therefore, I can do it openly. I do it in front of the camera. Yes, I have no problem. Because only through a critical inquiry, you'll be able to diagnose the problem. And if you not diagnose the problem, how can you have a remedy? You go to a doctor, you give him symptoms of description of the symptoms. And then doctor analyzes that. It diagnoses you. Then comes the prescription. What happens in Uganda and the whole of Africa? Prescription, prescription. Hey, where is your diagnosis? There is no diagnosis. We in SEATINI, I can see here in this discussion, that's not just SEATINI, everybody, we're diagnosing, analyzing. If you don't diagnose, you can't go move forward. I can go on and on. I'm sorry, I'm taking too much time. He's an old man. I just can talk and talk and talk. So let me just come back to the question of how do we move from here to there. Now, we talked about conversation. We've been talking about discussion. This is what we are doing now. And this is the last point I'm making, which is the most important point I'm making. So far, I've been diagnostic. Now we are moving at how to move forward from here to there. We did description, we did some diagnosis, how to move from here to there. And I suggest that SEATINI should start the process with civil society organizations and the media and patriotic elements within the state. There are many patriotic people, nationalistic people. We start the process. When do we start it? When? We have started it. Today we have started it. In 2019, when I came to launch the book, there was a discussion about national dialogue. Mambucha, you were chairing that meeting. Well, maybe I'm wrong. Well, we had discussed that in 2019, some forum. And it didn't pick up. We had to pick up from there. And I think we have started from there. And I wish you good luck to move forward. And I have a note here. Okay, Nina Ayer, shall I speak it out? Who is that, Nina Ayer? She left. She left a note here saying, curious COVID-19 prevents an opportunity to restructure the entire educational system with a focus on apprenticeship skills rather than factory style certificate. Anyway, okay, it was online, huh? I see. Okay, there we are. Okay, I'm sorry, I've taken more time than I should have, but there's so much to talk about. To concede all this within 20 minutes, half an hour, it's very difficult. But thank you for being so patient, and forgive this old man. I'm too talkative when I'm on the floor. Thank you so much, all of you.
Riveting. Always a pleasure to listen to you. Professor Yashtandon, another round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, our time is done. Thank you very much, SEATINI, for putting us together to have this discussion. Thank you very much, Professor Luangalo Nyigo, for making time to prepare this very interesting presentation to us and provoking us into thinking. Thank you, Professor Mambusi Ndebesa, for sharing with us about the Equator School. Now we know it started from Venezuela. That's where the school got its name from. We're happy to be sharing in that. Thank you very much, Dr. Esuruku, for your contribution. Thank you very much, Jane, always for gathering us. Always a pleasure to have a role to play here. Mr. Kiza, Africa, thank you very much. And all the team that's been working behind the scenes. Thank you very much. We have a few media colleagues. I see some friends behind there. Thank you for being here. And of course, to the people who have been with us online throughout. Ambassador, I haven't forgotten you and your contribution. Thank you very much to everybody. Departure is at leisure.